here at County Cricket Club, which stand against the county.
Well, a very good morning to you and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for what could be a momentous day in the history of Somerset County Cricket Club. The men up the road vying for the men's T20 Blast title, but also Somerset's women with a chance of qualifying for the semi-finals of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. They do need a few things to go their way, but with a bonus point win, there is every chance that Somerset could be involved in those semi-finals. Ed Seaborn, Claire Jenkins and Peter Trio, your commentary team for today. And I'm pleased to say at the moment the weather is set fair. As you can see, there's a bit of watery sunshine. And I think where the weather is coming from, I can't see a great deal of cloud either. So the forecast seems to suggest that we should be able to get some sort of a game in, even though there are some showers predicted. But we should be able to get, you only need 10 overs aside for a game, so we should be able to get those in. You would have thought, in terms of the qualifying scenarios,
good luck with that one, Ed.
There's a little bit. Essentially, I think the most likely situation is that Somerset need a bonus point. I think, realistically, any other scenario doesn't particularly work. So Somerset will have to, considering that they've won the toss and decided to bowl first, assuming it's a 50-over game, they'll have to chase whatever Warwickshire set here in 40. That's essentially what it is. It's a 50-over game, but it's only a 40-over game for Somerset. If they can do that and Durham beat Surrey up at Chesley Street, then there is a chance for Somerset to sneak in through the back door. But essentially, they've just got to look after what they can look after here. Morning, Claire.
Morning, Ed.
How are you assessing the chances?
Well, it's going to be an interesting one, isn't it? Because Somerset fans need Durham to win, but without a bonus point. So it's quite specific. So we need Durham up at Chesterley Street. So I know Polly Stark's on the commentary looking after you up there. Somerset need Durham to win, but without a bonus point. And today, Somerset fans need Somerset to win with a bonus point. So that hence in both scenarios, Durham needing that bonus point to make sure that they get through, have also elected to bat second so that they know what they're chasing. And as Ed said, at least it's easier this way round. We know 40 overs is that key, more or less. I think it's 40.1, but close enough to 40 overs.
Is it?
It's something weird.
Is it 40.1?
Yeah, I don't do numbers, but it's something weird.
Or is it within 40.1? This is getting too confusing now. I'm going to forget this.
We're going to say to you 40 overs is what they will be chasing, whatever Warwickshire get. Now, interestingly, Somerset won the reverse fixture at Edgbaston in May, whilst the Bears won both T20s. So it's sort of, different formats, slightly in Somerset's favour.
Yeah, Sophie Love got 100, didn't she? And they came up at Edgbaston, leading the Somerset side out to the middle. Erin Vukusic seems to have brought her deck chairs. This does Laura Jackson, so they've got somewhere not particularly comfortable, it looks like, to sit down on.
I think that's picnic there, but it should be physio bags, but maybe it's the end of the season. They might have brought a picnic with them.
Set up a little bit beyond the dugouts, but that is because, as you may have seen from the wider shot, we are quite a long way over towards the Somerset stand for this strip, so there's a very short boundary over to what is the leg side, with Molly Robbins opening the bowling. One change for Somerset, Charlie Dean dropping out and Olivia Barnes comes back in, so left arm spinner for off spinner. Warwickshire's side, how are they looking?
Warwickshire's side will line up Meg Austin, Bethan Ellis, Amy Surin Kumar, Sophie Beach, Abby Freeborn, Nat Wraith, Izzy Wong, Georgia Davis the captain, Hannah Hardwick, Hannah Baker and Phoebe Brett.
Short extra cover, slip and a gully for Molly Robbins. Has that just clipped a little bit of pad? Looks as though it must have done. So dot to start with Meg Austin. I don't think is in agreement that that caught any of her pad. So Ant Harris has already upset somebody. It's always the way as an umpire. Ant Harris and Suri Shanmugam,
Yep.
two umpires for this one.
And Polly Starkey and I have decided, since we are close to Birmingham, that it's Cadbury's purple that the umpires are in for Metro Bank One Day Cup. That we were trying to describe it. It's quite regal and it looks different on the cameras and on television than it does in real life. He looks like a toffee.
Well, we can actually say dairy milk.
Can we?
Can't we?
And we say
on here. We're
the chocolates are
perfectly allowed to. No, we don't have to say that.
I know. Okay, well, we're going to do it anyway.
First run, fielder had it deep cover. Eve Holland will sweep that up. So Warwickshire underway. Make Austin off the mark with a single. No, I can say dairy milk fruit and nut is my favourite chocolate.
Oh yeah,
on here. I've got no qualms about doing that.
Okay.
Somerset aren't going to get in any trouble for advertising one chocolate.
But the thing
over
we
another.
should advertise is the fact that today is sponsored by ARB Mobility, who are helping people to be independent. So thank you very much to ARB Mobility.
Bethan Ellis forward and across to her first delivery. So Robbins on the money to start off with, and that is going to be important for Somerset, really, to set the tone with the ball. Didn't really happen last week against the Blaze at Taunton Vale.
I was up at Durham last week.
It really did allow the Blaze to get off to a flying start, and they didn't really look back. Well, having said that, Molly Robbins slips one down the leg side, and that will go all the way to the boundary. So 5 runs without Warwickshire having to do a great deal, and it's those sorts of things that you just want to be keeping to an absolute minimum.
No, given us wides there, yeah. You mentioned about you, and you really don't want to let the Blaze get away, do you, in any sense?
No.
Once they start going, they're very difficult to stop.
Blaze, Hampshire and Lancashire, the 3 teams that have definitely qualified for the semi-finals.
Yeah, and everybody else playing off for that last slot, Ed. It's going to be exciting, it's an exciting day today. Eyes will be on this one. Can Somerset get that bonus point? And the other one, which is effectively a shootout between Durham and Surrey, wanting to win with a bonus point. Surrey wanted to keep their place. And
I'm just noticing
what?
that already at Arundel, the match between Hampshire and Lancashire has been abandoned.
Oh,
without a
crikey,
ball
that
bowled.
must be properly soaked.
Ellis has come a bit of a way down there, but there's no single. So it's
the
a
Hampshire
shame about
game's
those
off.
5 wides in that over there from Robbins, because other than that, it was a pretty good start, but that still means 6 off the first over for Warwickshire.
Must be really wet at Arundel.
Yeah.
I've not. It's a ground that I've not been to. I've been to Wormsley, but I haven't been to Arundel.
So unfortunately,
pretty ground,
that sort of takes away an awful lot of the jeopardy, really. The Blaze now know in order to finish top, they'd have to win with a bonus point. Basically, that is likely to do it for them. They then finish top of the table. So it could be that if Somerset sneak in, well, now we can definitely say it's either going to be Hampshire or the Blaze that they would play in a potential semi-final, but lots to be done before that as far as Somerset are concerned, and then also hoping that Durham do the business at home at Chesley Street. Here's Anderson.
Yeah, Ellie Anderson, formerly of previous version of... Oh, I've got a withdrawal there. Formerly of Central Spark, so she will know a lot of these players. And she's also been away at doing some loan at Glamorgan, hasn't she? So to keep her bowling arm warmed up during the 100. Ellie Anderson, who was bending stumps back for fun when we did that game at Essex earlier in the season. Right arm over, and that squirted backward of square. It's picked up by the fielder, and then just the 1 run there to Meg Austin. Yeah, she set off like a train in that Essex game, bending the stumps back. It's brilliant. So yeah.
Yeah, I think when Somerset have had their success in this competition, it has intended to start with
her doing
Anderson
well.
with the new ball.
Yeah.
She does have that ability to move it both ways, and particularly that in-swing it to the right-hander can be pretty deadly early on.
Ex-Worcestershire player coming in. Oh, past the edge of the bat, straight through to the wicket-keeper.
The away swing is not bad either.
No, it's pretty good. No, I think she's a great prospect for the future. Obviously, England under 19 as well. We've got some more chocolate-related news. Captain Morgan Barrell is watching. He reckons that Aunt Harris looks like the blue M&M, just to mention another name. So, yeah, we've got other chocolate-related stuff coming in as Anderson comes in again. Ooh,
that's got to be close.
It's got to be close. There's a big shout. If it was worth the noise, Somerset are very excited about that one. Bethan Ellis gets trapped a little bit there in front of the stumps. Surrey Shumagan says no. We should also mention the scorers.
Here, it looks as if she got a bit caught on the crease.
Yeah, she's a bit square, isn't she? She squares up a little bit with her pants.
The thing is, she's not very tall. I think the umpire may have signalled to mid-off, Amanda Jade Wellington. He thought it was too high. I'm not sure about that.
And that's defended down into the ground. That's a possible kadunk there, actually, Ed. So, as Bethan Ellis plays that down in front of it, and there is no run. We should also mention the scorers, Mike Turner and Chris Drew, who will be... Oh, look, we can't see them because they're behind darkened glass, opposite us. At the Lough end of the ground. Anderson in again to Ellis. Plays that to mid-on. There's a bit of a shy at the stumps. Gets home. Bethan Ellis, another one who's been on loan to Glamorgan. She's done very well. She's...
in fact, it's probably easy to say who hasn't been on loan in this
Warwickshire
side, because I'm pretty sure that all of the top 5 have been. Then Hardwick as well.
Yeah.
So there's 3 players I think who played for Worcestershire in the squad.
Neve Holland went to Glamorgan earlier as Anderson comes in again. It's into the offside, into a gap, into the pocket, but it's going to get cut off just inside the boundary. Just the one, another one to the total.
And I've seen a fair bit of Meg Austin because she's been on loan to Gloucestershire's.
Oh, yeah.
Women played with Chloe Skelton not so long ago, and now they're on opposing sides. It's just the way these things work.
Yeah, it's the end. That's the end of the over there. So Warwickshire are 7 without loss. The scoreboard
9.
Is 9. The scoreboard's not playing over there.
Warwickshire blank for none.
Yes.
Basically, any runs Warwickshire scored don't count today, I'm afraid.
Oh, okay. Well.
So Somerset will require 1 to win, and then they'll get an enormous net run rate boost, and it'll all be done that way. No. I can't remember what I was saying before. Yeah, Meg Austin, that's right.
Well, that's the thing, preparing for these. Players keep popping up all over the place with loans, so it's really quite difficult to prepare.
Wits, flashed over the top of Gully, who's in close. Somerset on the attack, hunting for early wickets, but they'll pay the price there with a boundary. And Austin living up to the old adage of flashing hard out there. Cause
I thought you were going to say some car-related joke then with Austin.
No, I wasn't actually, but I'm sure she'll be looking in terms of tempo to be Allegro.
You have to understand your old car references
and
there.
your music tempo markings.
You've had chocolate and a car-related reference already. Excellent.
Driven away. Good half stop by Wilson at backward point. Well, more than a half stop, and it wasn't Wilson, of course, it was Olivia Barnes. I just get so used to seeing Fran Wilson fielding at backward point, but it's actually Fran Wilson in the gully.
Yeah, she's in the gully. But as you mentioned, is attacking fielding. Captain Fantastic Sophie Luff, whose mother is on holiday again. She gleefully messaged me. So Selena Luff, remember to put the suntan cream on.
Bit of work for backward square to do. There's not going to be a huge number of 2s out to that side. A bit of a slip from Chloe Skelton as well as she launched that throw in.
They're putting the super sop around the outside, so I think it's probably quite with some rain overnight.
Yeah, definitely. There's been some pretty hefty shower clouds about. towering cumulonimbus clouds.
Oh, yeah. Got a bit of geography lesson in there. Weather.
Nice bowling from Robbins, line and length.
Every day's a school day then. So what else are you going to teach us today then? We're going to do cloud spotting. Cloud spotting with Ed.
Should I know? There we go.
Missed me, haven't
Here
you?
you go.
I know you've
We've got
missed
it up
me.
on,
Look.
on the
Oh,
stream.
look at
I'm
that.
not sure that's
Beautiful.
quite got to cumulonimbus yet. It's building though.
Yeah,
It'll get there.
Yeah.
It will get there. It just needs that top to be completely sawn off. Picking up Barnes at backward point. She is a strong driver of the ball, is Meg Austin. Does like to get a foot to the ball, and she is on the taller end of things as well. So
got 32 versus Lancashire. Yeah, and I've seen her do some nice batting.
She opened the batting in that last final, didn't she?
She may well have done.
Surrey.
Yeah.
Quick single, that's well taken.
That is proper pressure on the field there, isn't it?
Wasn't too far
Top
wide
down.
of Danny Gibson, but they took her on without any hesitation at all. 16 without loss after 3.
Very good. Well, so no surprise that Somerset elected to field first so that they know what they're chasing to try and get this bonus point to get themselves into that semi-final. They will be played in the middle of the week. Now, they were due to be played on Wednesday, but I think because of pitch availability, there may be some variable days that the two semis are played on. So I can't. The rumour on the grapevine says that if the Blaze get a home one, it may be Tuesday. But for those fans of those teams in the top 6 who are vying for this, they'll need to keep their eye on pitch availability as Anderson comes in again. It's played into the offside, past the point fielder, tumbling over, collected just in front of the rope, and they get through for a single. Score moves on to 16 without loss. Warwickshire batting. The sunshine here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Anderson collects herself. Ellis to face. Plays that forwards but straight to the fielder, and there is no run. Ooh, there's a bit of a wild throw to the wicketkeeper there, stretched.
Just testing out Beck's odds. She has really one of the stories of the season for Somerset, I suppose, as we're in the last, at least, home game this season.
Yes, subject to a semi-final.
Talk about the season as a whole.
Yeah. Oh, there's a little waft at that one. Misses that completely straight through to the wicket-keeper. But flirting with that outside edge.
Because at the start of the season, she was not in the 11. It was only because of Heather Knight's departure that Odgers got that job opening the batting, and then came straight in, made a big impression with that.
Somerset doing well with the wicket keepers, aren't they? Because I've been impressed with Katie Jones, who's been off to Gloucester. Past the outside edge again, but no bat involved again.
Well, both Katie Jones and Jess Hazel have made the trip up the motorway to play some cricket for Gloucestershire. Jess Hazel more so in the blast, but she did make some runs in the last of Gloucestershire's home games in August.
It sort of makes sense, doesn't it? Because the closer teams are Gloucester and Glamorgan. Lots of them will perhaps have come through the pathways with those, as well as Anderson comes in again. Played forward, straight back to Ellie Anderson, who cops that a little bit, possibly in the chest there. She seems to be okay. Nice little hop at the crease there. That's the second time she's done that. She's just checking her foot markings.
So I was on with Nicole Harvey last week, and I can badmouth Nicole as much as I like, because I know that she's not here, and also she always tells me she doesn't watch when she's not at the ground, so I can say what I like about her.
Okay. Ellis. Oh, it's a caught and bowled. And Bethan Ellis gets caught between deciding how she was going to play that, and then ends up just with a horizontal bat, just dobbing that back to the bowler. And that's a caught and bowled. Ellie Anderson, Bethan Ellis departs for 2. Yes, caught there, wasn't she? She kind of couldn't decide whether to sweep it or drive it, and in fact, she did neither.
Yeah.
And just flicks it back to the bowler. Easy catch.
Did
there.
wonder, might get a little better look from here. Just did it stop on her at all? I think she just misjudged it. To be honest, I don't think that it really did stop. It was it was outside off stump as well. So you know, so she seemed to have about 3 or 4 shots in her mind there, and ended up not really playing any of them.
Well, she's obviously eyeing that short boundary on her offside, thinking about cutting it through point, and then also thinking about a sweep, and then did both actually, straight back to Ellie Anderson. So Warwickshire lose their first wicket and are waiting for the graphics come up. The scoreboard is on the ground.
17.
Is losing itself. 17 for 1.
You can see from the reverse angle as well. Just it was also the one that moved slightly away as well. So that even further scuppered Bethan Ellis.
Good bowling there from Ellie Anderson, who clearly had set that up. She may well know. Well, she knows a lot of these players from her time with Central Sparks, which is the Warwickshire predecessor in the regional system. So maybe that was a weakness, but some good bowling there from Ellie Anderson. That brings Amisun Kumar to the crease, but she's backing up at the moment.
Yeah, good start from Anderson, 1 for 4 from her 2 overs. Oh, and Robbins inducing a play and miss as well.
A very theatrical woo from the players. Getting ready for bonfire night and all that.
As you said, it is much easier from a Somerset point of view now, because they're just bowling for wickets. They're just trying to bowl Warwickshire out. That's pretty comfortable. They're not having to think in terms of what's a good score, and then actually maybe we need to add another 20 or 30 onto that. Low full toss creamed away. It's a long boundary out there. Holland's quick but can't get there. She gave it a good go, did Niamh Holland. But Meg Austin, as I mentioned, is a really strong driver of the ball. And Robbins not quite finding the 22 yards with that one. And although there was some away swing, Austin with a firm drive.
Nice shot, wasn't it?
Lovely. Samu Suran Kumar, as you say it, the new batter at the non-strikers end. And they've certainly given some of their younger players a real chance in this game. Warwickshire, they're not in the mix as far as this competition goes. They want to avoid the wooden spoon, I'm sure. Yeah.
But how brilliant is the competition that 6 of the 8 are in contention for semi-final slots. Yeah, Warwickshire were, yes, it's not their best season in 50 over. They've obviously got themselves second in the 20 over format, but yeah, not the best season with the 50. And they have started, well, you know, I mean, it's a sort of cliche, isn't it, blooding younger players, but they have given younger players opportunities in these few games in September.
Firm punch up to mid-on. Be a shot at the stumps, but Austin well home. You say younger players, of course, but there's no Davina Perrin.
Ah, no. Well, no. Well, she certainly
lesser
announced herself, didn't
experienced players, I guess we should probably say now, shouldn't we?
In the 100 eliminator, wow, that was, and it is one of those I was there moments, certainly, and yeah, that was some innings, and I was there, so. Yeah, that was global stage stuff in the eliminator. Davina Perrin was very much on for Northern Superchargers. And Kate Cross is right, listen to her on a podcast. Credit should also go to Alice Davison-Richards, who was at the other end watching all of that and just keeping Davina Perrin on strike.
Because it could have been an even bigger innings if Phoebe Litchfield hadn't come in and taken some of the strike. Not that you'd care too much about that if you were Supercharger supporter, but yeah, it's incredible innings. So a good start from Robbins to Surin Kumar, not allowing her anything easy to get off the mark with. And Somerset in general starting pretty well here, 22 for 1, 5 overs gone. Trevor Griffin's joined the support group there.
Support group, yes.
Hello.
Somerset Anonymous.
This is a little bit like what we had at Taunton Vale.
Yeah. Who's that?
there's somebody camping in the
Camping in
churchyard.
there, lot.
Oh dear.
I wonder if
You're
the
going to
big,
get them
I
in
wonder
trouble.
if the, I wonder if the boss man, the big guy upstairs, is aware that he's got people camping in his garden.
We had somebody bring
breezy
along
out
like a sort of hybrid umbrella tent to Taunton Vale last week. That was extraordinary.
Brent or something, as Anderson comes in again. Oh, hits that down onto her toes, does Meg Austin. There is no run. So what we saying? An umbrella tent?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It had
Very handy.
I think they seemed to bring like a table to sit at, and then it had an umbrella top and then a back to it as well.
Ah, almost like a caravan awning, but for a chair.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was sitting there watching the
It was handy for
Somerset Blaze game. He
Somerset
certainly
Blaze.
needed the cover.
Anderson, right arm over. Austin takes a slosh at that, goes straight through, but there is nothing as on its trip to Hodges behind the stumps. Sunshine here at Cooper Associates County Ground.
She's looking dangerous with just about every ball. Ellie Anderson, she does have it going both ways. And she can move it off the seam and swing it as well. So you really don't quite know what she's got planned for you if you're a batter.
That's right. Well, when she's not taking wickets, she's taking catches in that Blaze game. Took a couple of catches, didn't she? So that's underneath. Oh, they're going to go take a run for it. They're very enterprising, our Warwickshire. They must have been given a bit of a licence. They get through for a scrambled run there. There really shouldn't be a run. I mean, if Dr. Jane Powell was here, she'd be tearing her hair out. She reckons there should not be a single in that 25-yard circle for the women's game. 30-yard circle, of course, in the men's game, and the numbers inside and outside that circle will be different. 2 in the women's game allowed outside the 25-yard circle, but her point is that it really should not be a single, which there was there. So the Bears feeling confident as that squirted to point, and they're going to take a single, even though that was stopped. So moving the score on, although obviously losing that first wicket of Bethan Ellis, who chipped one back to Ellie Anderson early on.
It was a good stop from Barnes, though, because if she doesn't stop that, then that's a boundary, because as you say, it is so short there. Just getting that hand to it. But they're really alert stuff, and it didn't get that far away from her either.
No, it didn't, but they're determined to take those singles, which is great. For Warwickshire's future, and that's another slap on the pads. And they're all joining in now, but Surrey is not to be moved. So
Surrey?
Surrey, Summing.
Speaking of Surrey.
Surrey, Summing.
Yeah, 27 without loss after 5 up at Chesley Street.
Yeah.
Somerset could do with Durham taking an early wicket there,
Somerset,
I think, to check that momentum.
Need Durham to win, but without a bonus point. Very specific if you're making any kind of plea to any higher powers. As Anderson comes in again to Meg Austin, place that into the leg side backward of square. There is a fielder coming off for New Holland coming in there. There's the fielding. They just get a single. It's funny because they can get a single to just a dob down, and they're still getting a single for something that's getting much further along the pitch. That's the end of the over there, and Warwickshire are 25 for 1.
I think you have to say it would mean an enormous amount to this group if they could somehow sneak in, not just first year back as Somerset's women as a professional Somerset side, but also thinking further back, since a lot of this group were together as
we were
a regional
that, as Western
side.
Storm,
They had a couple of near misses, but they didn't qualify for a knockout stage. So for the likes of Luff and Wilson especially, and the likes of, I guess, Gibson, Holland, those players who've been there since the start even of regional cricket, so it'd be a huge achievement. Edging and short and wide of slip, and nothing's going to be catching that. The outfield's quick enough, and so it's a second boundary for Austin in that area. Slashed one over gully, and now edging one just past slip, as we'll see the replay. She does go at that fairly hard. Slips pretty deep there, certainly an awful lot deeper than the keeper. Don't know. I don't think she'd have been able to take the catch anyway because it was wide of her. But there's a huge stagger there between the keeper and the slip.
I mean, you want your wicketkeeper to be positioning those fielders, and it should be for different shots so that everyone's going to take a different angle, but well positioned there.
Yeah, straight down to gully. Wilson's in pretty tight.
You're right though. The point about Somerset, it would be just reward for the hard work that Sophie Luff, Fran Wilson, and the more senior Gravlets Griffiths, the work they put in, often with quite young colleagues, bringing them on. But when you think about the people that they've beaten this season in the 50 over, Surrey in a DLS,
Yeah.
Essex, Durham, Warwickshire, Lancashire.
Attempted pull, but that will be arms outstretched from umpire Harris.
But they're good names. I mean, there's only three of them were DLS, but it's still victories.
Yeah, and the other frustration, and I know Surrey had this the other day because that's what's created this situation. If Surrey had got on against Essex at Beckenham, then I think Surrey would already be into the semi-finals. So there is always a little bit of that fortune with the weather or not. But Somerset did have that game washed out against Essex where they piled up a big score at Chelmsford.
Right, yeah.
And, you think that's quite likely to be 5 rather than 2. And then they would know that they'd be coming into this level with Surrey. But as I say, Surrey had the same situation. So
yeah, 312 at Essex, wasn't it?
There's always a little bit of fortune involved when you end up trying to scrap for these extra spots. Another strangled shout. Austin looking to get on with it with that shot.
We have to remember that it's an outdoor sport, so it will get affected by the weather, and we talk a lot about it. But them's the breaks, isn't it? Because we have generally had a very lovely summer, and just that these games come together at the end, and the weather's got in the way. I was supposed to commentate at the Warwickshire Durham game, and that was very washed out at Portland Road last week.
In the air, chance at mid-on, taken. Austin livid with herself, but it's a second wicket for Somerset, and Molly Robbins now striking as the catch is pouched safely. It was struck firmly up to Ellie Anderson, but she holds on, and both openers now back in the pavilion for Warwickshire.
Yes, trogging back over the covered up strips. It's a long old walk, that big boundary, actually, back to the dugouts and passing the Aaron Vukasic's deck chairs on the boundary there.
Just off the toe end, I think, from Meg Austin. She seemed to be itching the ball before as well. It looked as though she was trying to hit the ball hard and harder. She'd actually got herself off to a nice start, and I think that's one of those situations where you think, probably walking off thinking, did I really need to do that? Actually, yeah. Warwickshire are going at 4.5s already. It's the power play. The ball is swinging about a bit as well, which makes it harder to middle those sorts of shots. And, you like to see the attacking intent at the top of the order. That's where it's tricky to find that balance. But actually, she was middling it when she was just controlling the shots, and then tried to really crash a ball off her pads through the leg side, missed it, and then going over the top there to a ball that wasn't a bad ball from Robbins, certainly not with a new ball. So that brings Sophie Beach to the crease. He's been playing her cricket for
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire,
I've seen her in a
indeed.
couple of Worcestershire games.
Off the mark straight away, finding a gap through the covers.
That'll be a good confidence boost.
End of a successful over, though, for Molly Robbins. She has her first wicket, and it's always good when you can get both opening bowlers taking wickets early. 31 for 2. Somerset are flying.
Yeah, but as you couldn't resist that, could you?
No.
That seagull will be back to take your pasty out your hand later, or your squeaky cheese.
No, that's all right.
Squeaky cheese and chips.
I'll make sure to stay under cover. A bit like you with your pass the wrong way round, so nobody could see who you were.
Yes, I am. Yes, I'm in disguise. In disguise. Ellie Anderson to continue on the Marcus Triscothick end, the end that we're doing the commentary from. We're at very deep, long on, looking over Molly Robbins' shoulder as that's knocked down And the bells peal, and there is no run. So a warm up there. We're hoping that you're picking this up okay. Well, one or two technicals, but one fine. Anderson. In. Oh, straight through. Is it a caught behind? It is. And Sophie Beach's innings comes to a short end there. Gets caught behind off the bowling of Ellie Anderson, who I mentioned I was very impressed in the early part of the season when I was watching Somerset play. So Sophie Beach goes for 1, unfortunately. It's a long old walk, as I mentioned.
Oh, it's just a lovely piece of bowling from Ellie Anderson, drawing Beach into the drive because it's pitched up, it's angled in, and then it just does enough. And it's only got to do a little bit, but it just does enough to leave her as she's going for that shot. That is absolutely textbook new ball bowling from Anderson. 2 for 7, and you don't want to put the mockers on her, but she's got the ball on a string at the moment, and that really does put some pressure on what you would think in terms of the Warwickshire batting lineup. It's what's going to have to be the engine room probably for it today. You've got Freeborn and Wraith in next.
Yeah, Freeborn, having done a lot of the commentating for the Warwickshire predecessor Central Sparks, Abby Freeborn and Amy Campbell is now gone off to Yorkshire. The two of them were what I described as the engine room. So Abby Freeborn to the crease. I think back to that game that we called it the Somerset versus Essex game early in the season in the 50 over, and Ellie Anderson was bowling beautifully then. I really don't understand why one of the 100 teams didn't pick her up, as that's knocked down on its head by Abby Freeborn and there is no run. Surprised that she wasn't picked up, but great that Glamorgan have had her on loan, which is keeping her arm rolling over.
Yes, actually that reminds me, I did start bad-mouthing Nicole Harvey, but she's not a fan of this moving between the
It's very hard to
business.
keep track of players, I must say. Oh, Rachel Priest has made, who's the coach at Glamorgan, has made the most of the loan system. Let's go straight through again. Oh, the wicket keeper's going to be very excited about this. Yes, Rachel Priest, who is former Whitefern. I work with the New Zealand
former Western Storm.
And Western. Wait a minute, I haven't finished yet.
You need to start with that. That's more important than White
Rachel
Ferns,
Priest, formerly of Western Storm and this parish, also former Whitefern New Zealand International, which is where I first met her. She's now coaching at Glamorgan, making the most of the loan system, as that's dubbed down for no run. Making the most of the loan system. I don't know. I mean, I haven't actually. I could go through my notes, but she has a very long card of possible players that she's used. But what a great thing, because they will enter Tier 1 season after.
That's
next,
the thing from their point of view, isn't it? Exactly. They get the
opportunity
to have a look at players that they might actually be signing to a professional deal, because they're going to need to find them from somewhere.
And borrowing those ones who are already paid professionals, who are given a great example to their other players. Oh, through to the wicket keeper. Oh, given us a wide. Another one to the total. Score is 31 for 3.
There we go. There's already been one each in terms of wides that people are upset about. It did move away. I think Anderson was hoping that it did most of that after it passed the batter, but probably not, even though she'd have loved a wicket maiden, I'm sure. Perhaps not the worst thing that she gets another go. Yeah.
Anderson in again to Freeborn. Oh, little.
She'll get another go.
That down the leg side, and another bonus ball for Ellie Anderson. Another one to the total. 33 for 3. 3-3-3. We got some sort of squadron joke? No? 3-3-3? No. He's looking at me a bit blank.
We'd be doing well to get to 3-3-3 from the 50 overs, but yeah, a bit of licence, I guess.
Anderson in again. Ooh, trapped down, almost. I don't know what you call that, but certainly trapped in front of her, and there is no run. So it's the end of the over. We are already 8 overs down. Still in the power play.
She played that almost too calmly.
It was almost like I was going to say sort of hockey trap, but it was a sort of football hockey trap. She sort of trapped it underneath her. Oh,
are you allowed to do that?
He's on his bike. He's on his bike, look.
I'm not sure if are you allowed to ride your bike round the ground?
I don't know, but he is.
Where's he off to?
I wonder if he's going to do circuits.
Oh, he's going to have a collision with a dog now.
No, they
just avoided it.
It's exciting here, isn't it? Everything's happening. Well, we've had wine on the balcony previously, haven't we? We've had a chap on a bike.
We had a dog charging about on the outfield earlier.
Yeah,
I don't think it was.
That's exciting.
I don't think it was this particular one.
No, different.
A dog running across the pitch before the start of play.
Yeah. That's a dot ball if anyone's interested. Well, we have dog conversations.
I think they would have seen it, actually.
How much have you missed me then, Ed? Desperately, I'm sure.
Yes. Something like that.
Missed you. Durham have had me going up the other end of the country.
Arms outstretched for the wide. Yeah, nice to see a few spectators, and it's understandable given what's going on at
divided
Edgbaston.
loyalties
But
for Somerset fans are watching the men play.
they won't need to. It's okay. They won't need to watch the second semi-final, so they can watch Somerset's run chase. Should be able to watch most of Somerset's run chase.
Chasing the
whatever happens.
Bonus point run chase.
Indeed.
Remember.
Controlled cut shot, but picks out Barnes. He's been kept pretty busy at backward point. That one change for Somerset from the side that were defeated by the Blaze, but it's the same side that did beat Lancashire with a bonus point at Old Trafford. I think I'm right in saying the round before that. So they've got history in this particular 11.
Oh,
Well, they'll be spooned over the top of gully. Big chase on. They should haul this in before it reaches the rope. A bit of relay fielding and they'll come through for 3. So good running from Freeborn and Surin Kumar.
Oh, an early chance to demonstrate one of my theories. The boundary is right if you can run a 3. So we've got that already. Well, it is this side. The other side is
too many threes to the Somerset stand
you could run
side.
half a run to that side probably. If you get really, if AJ Wellington gets going this afternoon, let's hope she doesn't need to bat, of course. But if she should get going, that stand's going to get peppered on that short boundary.
There's a boundary even just slightly longer than that one that she was targeting in the game last year. Wearing that one, but doing a good job again. Barnes to prevent runs. She got that slog sweep out and was hitting 6 after 6 into that Somerset stand.
AJ Wellington, yeah.
And you have to say that whilst it probably won't matter, given the mathematics, but what Wellington did last game that was actually played against the Blaze, it may have, it gave Somerset the most outside chances of winning the game, with Robbins and Anderson was striking the ball terrifically from down the bottom. Her batting seems to have come on a lot this season. But yeah, it just maybe gave them a chance in terms of net run rate. That's going to be 4. Helped away fine by Abby Freeborn, and a 4 to end the over turns it into a pretty good one for Warwickshire.
Abby Freeborn's been getting some great scores. So in the loss against Lancashire, she was top scorer with 60. She got 70 against Hampshire, and she got 40 against the Blaze. Bearing in mind, Nat Wraith kind of has taken over often with the gloves, formerly of this parish. Somerset, Somerset predecessor Western Storm, Nat Wraith, who's joined the Bears this season. So between the two of them, they'll be sort of vying for playing stroke wicket keeping. But despite that, Abby Freeborn's been getting some great totals. As Anderson comes in again to Amisumi Kumar, who defends herself, and it drops just in front of Sophie Lough, who can't quite get to that.
Came
Does
off
that mean
the
fast
top
bowling?
edge. Yeah, well, she's shown just about everything in this opening spell as Anderson, and then given the way that she's been pitching it up and swinging it, but the last thing that Surin Kumar would have expected was a shorter ball.
Anderson, formerly of Warwickshire, predecessing team to Amisumi Kumar, who can only get that off her pads. Formerly of was Essex predecessor, Sunrisers, who is also England under 19. I think an excellent acquisition for Warwickshire Bears. Can do a bit of everything. Good in the field. But, I hope I haven't given up the commentator's curse for sake of a good young prospect. Talking of good young prospects, Ellie Anderson, and again to Surin Kumar, plays that down. They think better of a run. That's another dot.
So that probably would have been a run
Yeah.
with the opening batters, but you sort of you go out there with the best of intentions, don't you? And then you lose
then
three
wickets,
early
and then
wickets,
you
and then
start to
it just
become
you
more
start to think, well, we can't
circumspect.
afford a run out here, and some of it just goes a little bit.
And also, it's still a power play, isn't it? So 3 more balls left from Ellie Anderson. She's been getting dots and wickets. What's this going to be? Oh, it's going to get runs. It's gone around the fielders, and they're going to get 4. 4 runs to Amisumi Kumar off the bowling of Ellie Anderson.
Well, she's actually played that pretty well,
Yeah.
Surin Kumar. She's
Bent it round
realised
the
that
fielder.
there's movement there, so she's not gone at that too hard, just taking that bottom hand off as well. That can just soften the impact and lessen your chances of having that ball carry to either the slip or the gully. And yeah, just played it late as well. Late and soft, even if it was off the edge. It works pretty well.
Surin Kumar comes forward and plays that into the gap. It's fielded off the rope. And get through for a single.
Surrey have lost their first
meanwhile,
wicket up at Chesley Street.
Yeah.
Bryony Smith bowled by
Phoebe Turner?
Trudy Johnson.
Trudy Johnson.
For
They've got
30.
Johnson, Thompson, Turner and Turner up there. It sounds like a field.
Johnson
solicitors.
Thompson,
Johnson, Thompson,
the
Turner and Turner.
heptathlete.
No, there's 4 different bowlers,
Yeah,
but they've
no.
got quite an attack there of Durham. As that's defended down in front of her.
KJT.
KJT.
What'd you say, 15?
So that's the end of the power play. 46
Abby
is pretty
Freeborn.
good in terms of 10 overs, but for 3 makes it very much Somerset's power play.
Yeah, those 3 wickets. So Bethan Ellis was caught early doors. What else do we have? We had another catch.
Mid-on.
Yeah, mid-on to Bethan Ellis. They're both relatively easy catches, although caught and bowled is always a task, isn't it? And Beach went
Caught
so
behind, yeah.
Austin caught Anderson, bowled Robbins. Bethan Ellis caught and bowled Anderson.
She is here today then, Davina Perrin. Can see her
she
sitting on the bench.
On the bench.
There.
Oh, yes. So when she first started with the Warwickshire previous team, Central Sparks, and I was doing commentary for that, we were told that, don't talk her up too much because we want to try and keep her under wraps. And then at various points, she has announced herself to the world stage with some brilliant innings. And England under 19, in fact, she's already done 2 England under 19 World Cups as Davina Perrin, and graduate of the ACE programme to get more Afro-Caribbean players back into the game.
Time for some spin outside the power play, and getting away with that first one. Olivia Barnes, full toss down the leg side, and well tidied up by Bex Odgers as well, because that could easily have been travelling down
It could have been.
towards the boundary.
Surin Kumar took a big swipe at that one.
Not surprised.
Mm.
She'll want another one of those.
Yeah.
Oh, that dips on her, just gets a little bit of bat on that and scramble through for a quick single. Barnes has been impressive when she's had the opportunities. This season.
Yeah, she got 3 for against Blaze, didn't she?
Yeah,
in
that
20
was
overs.
a yes, that was here, wasn't it? And it was a game which was frustrating for Somerset because they could have got another win at least to end that campaign on a high. But unfortunately, the rain came halfway through. But that was a used pitch, and it turned for her. See if she gets any here. Possibly a bit less so, I would imagine, over that side.
Abby Freeborn very watchful of that, watching to see where that's going to go to.
She bowled really nicely, did Barnes, up at Loughborough against the Blaze, a high-scoring game, and Barnes really stood out. Paddle sweep from Freeborn. She does like that shot, but Somerset also, I think, know that she does, so that's why they've got the fine leg in place.
Molly Robbins down there, tidying up.
She's going to have to get quite a lot of that shot to really get a boundary. And she's strong, not only with the paddle, but also the pull shot help away. Don't be straying too far down to Abby Freeborn. Edged and almost had it.
Couple of goes at that. Little nibble. Nearly got it the second time.
It's a really good effort from Griffiths, I think, because she just got the one hand to that, I think.
I've seen Katie George take a lot early catches, also formerly this parish, but for the Bears this season.
Leading edge that time. Barnes, perhaps slightly unnecessarily, but it's always good to make sure off your own bowling. We'll take another
the dive,
look.
do you mean? She's been watching Charlie Dean, hasn't she? The Dean roll.
Yeah. Take another look here at that slip catch.
Slip, yeah.
Just away to her right. She did actually get 2 hands on it, but did have quite a long way to move. Quick single up here. This is going to be tight with a hit. No. Actually, in the end, Suren Kumar's pretty quick and made it. So the 50 comes up for Warwickshire after 11 overs. And, well, it's a little bit of a mixed bag, that over from Barnes, but she could easily have got her first wicket.
Change of tempo, though, isn't it, as well as, you know, the action. Slowed up. 50 for 3. Here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Thanks very much to the match sponsors for today, who are ARB Mobility, helping people to be independent and supporting women's sport, which is always good. And women's cricket in this case. Anderson, they've decided she's on one here. She's going to continue from the Truscothic end to Suren Kumar. Bangs that in, and Suren Kumar plays a beautiful sweeping shot off her back, of having gone up on her toes. 4 runs to Amru Suren Kumar. Nicely played there. Rock back, played that down, low risk, and into a very big boundary, but still 4 runs to the total. So Warwickshire 54 for 3.
She did almost have her with that short ball earlier on, first ball caught her by surprise, but that one didn't, and also just didn't get up quite enough, especially with these late season pitches, which are beginning to feel the wear of the season. It is much harder to bowl that shorter ball because you've got to get it right up towards the helmet.
Suren Kumar rocks back but defends that one this time. Sophie Love captain, fantastic. Swoops in. I hope Selena Love's enjoying her holiday. Well, no doubt she'll be watching us from the beach with some clinky drink in her hand.
Yeah, she'll probably have you on mute.
Yeah,
she'll enjoying the sound of the waves rather than us.
She'll be waiting till I go off.
No. I wasn't meaning you particularly, but...
I thought you were then. Anderson in again. Suren Kumar plays that into the leg side, past the umpire. They're only going to get 1 there. It's a massive boundary. Neve Holland is patrolling out there in the dark glasses. Hoping no one recognises it. Number 27.
But we have seen, even to the bigger side, the outfield, despite the fact that we have actually had some rain, quite a lot of rain here over the last several days.
Yeah, on and off, isn't it? It was raining yesterday when I arrived.
Still running pretty well.
Yeah, Freeborn's face this time. Just plays that to Wellington. Oh, we haven't talked about AJ Wellington yet.
No, she's barely touched the ball, actually. It's unusual we get to the 12th over and haven't mentioned her. But again,
you mentioned her batting.
But it does show you, actually, and again, this is where Somerset have had their success, as I say, when the likes of Anderson have done well with a new ball, because what happened against the Blaze was that the likes of Wellington and Dean were having to come in just to try and put the fire out, so to speak.
Yeah.
But
The fire.
yeah,
Yeah, Blaze.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just
Um,
I'll do your
but
do-ups.
ignoring that, when she's able to come on with wickets already having been taken, it's a completely different affair.
I like Blaze putting the fire out there. I like that. I like the allusion to that. Molly Robbins and Ellie Anderson in discussion about what to do next. Bit of advice to Ellie Anderson. It comes into Freeborn. Waggles her back, gets thumped on the toes. There's a sort of not really convincing shout from the team. Ellie Anderson does that. I'm enjoying that hop on her delivery, almost at the popping crease. We shall see if that comes again. The Anderson hop. See how she's running back when she's walking back to her mark. She has a little hop at the crease.
Definitely sliding down the LBW shout.
Oh yeah, okay. That's played to point, but so efficiently to point that they won't get a run there from Wilson. And that's the end of the over. So we are already 12 overs in, and Warwickshire are 55 for 3, losing early wickets. They set off at some lick in terms of getting singles and just dobbing the ball down into that 25-yard circle, but obviously given a bit of a licence, but then lost some relatively easy wickets in terms of catches and things, and need some consolidation at this period, really, don't they? Only 12 overs in, 50 over game in this Metro Bank One Day Cup, last of the group round, but Somerset, having won the toss, put Warwickshire in because they need to know what they're chasing. They need to be chasing this down with a bonus point within 40 overs in the second half, as it were.
Yeah, I mean, so far everything has worked pretty much to plan for Somerset. They've done what they'd have wanted to do with the toss. They've taken 3 wickets. Now they want to continue, and Suren Kumar looking dangerous here. Sweep shot and hit powerfully for 4 more. So in terms of the run rate, Warwickshire absolutely fine.
Yeah.
And that boundary will have it heading up towards 5s in terms of the rate. Just a step across, and again Barnes just a little bit straight, but we've seen what can happen when she does get it right.
Suren Kumar's strong wrists. She's obviously, she likes that kind of twiddle at the end as she wallops the ball down the leg side if she has a chance.
Robin's wondering where she should stand. Does look as though Luff's going to say stay up at short fine leg.
Yep.
Still flighted, but Gibson had extra cover tidying up.
Yeah, I think Suren Kumar's good acquisition from what is now Essex for Warwickshire.
Oh, flatter, and as an inquiry for caught behind, but I think only really an inquiry. I thought it was going to bowl her to start with.
Yeah, I thought, having said how good, you know, built her up, I thought, oh no, she's going to get bowled now.
It's a bit of a tentative shot, but that's the first time I think Barnes has bowled that quicker delivery. Swept away in the air, and there'll be 4. There's just no catching it round that short boundary. Got a deep square leg out, but you'd have to have about 4 or 5 on the rope there to try and defend that boundary. If it's hit anywhere away from Chloe Skelton, she's not getting there. So 2 boundaries in the over on that sweep shot from Suren Kumar, and she's hit it in 2 different places as well, which always starts to mess a bit with the bowler and the captain.
You mentioned about Warwickshire giving their younger players and their sort of less well-known players some chances here, so I think Warwickshire will be pleased to see Suren Kumar get a decent score here if indeed she does.
I'd like her to really kick
on
it. It's always one of those things, isn't it, with younger players in 50-over cricket. You're seeing it across both men's and women's cricket, in that
they forget that there's more
sometimes,
time than
there's that feeling as though there's the need to score at 7 and 8 and over rather than just 5s and 6s. Oh, top edge, and she's going to get away with it. And That's sort of what I mean, really. She's gone for a massive slog sweep there, having hit 2 boundaries in the over, and Somerset had put a second fielder back on the boundary after that second 4. Robbins was sent down to long leg, really, and then there's the deep forward square as well. And they have had a bit of fortune with a few top edges of Warwickshire flying over fielders. Yeah. But again, going at it hard, sometimes you get away with it. 10 off the over, but Barnes is creating chances, even if she's 2 overs for 14.
Well, they're having to change, aren't they, with the pace and the action. But how long will it be before they change bowling at this end?
They're going to go for a 7th from Anderson.
Like Anderson's taking a cap off, ready to do.
I do quite like that.
Going to bowl her out? They're going to bowl her out, do you think?
Because I think, especially because you've got
2 for 19 already.
Griffiths, who's done so much death bowling this year, you're not too scared about using up all your overs of seam, you know, in the first 20 overs or whatever.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, Anderson bowling beautifully this morning. So why would you not let her while she's on a roll? Even
without Danny Gibson able to bowl, which would add a whole different dimension to the Somerset side.
Yeah, and that's played down first, past the point fielder, just for the 1 from Freeborn.
Because once you get Gibson back, you've got 4 frontline seam options.
Yeah,
and then
Dean.
Exactly. Well, when Charlie Dean plays, you know, there's so
Knight.
many more options.
I mean, full strength could be impressive, couldn't it? And of course, you know, it's the usual thing about England players sometimes playing, sometimes not. As Anderson comes in again.
Oh!
Surin Kumar just manages to jam that, and it goes past the stumps. She got a bit of a life there, I think.
It was almost agonising for Surin Kumar, because it was nearly one of those where she had actually time to turn round and see the ball. Exactly. Just see her fate. There would have been a look of panic on her face. It was the second time we've seen that from Anderson, a perfectly executed Yorker. Freeborn had one squeeze, I think, onto a boot maybe, and that one just nudging past the stumps.
Surin Kumar squirts that one. She didn't know where that was going. Backward of square, I can tell you that now. Neve Holland does a long old run. That's keeping her warmed up, and then get a single for that. Warwickshire move on to 67 for 3. Freeborn on 6, Surin Kumar on 27. Anderson already with 2 wickets, a caught and bowled.
Yeah, Somerset supporters supporting this Anderson, but not the other one today.
Oh, Jimmy Anderson. Is this like one of those quizzes? You're going to flick backwards and forwards between the men's and the women's. Yeah, big game up at Edgbaston in the men's game. Anderson comes in again. Freeborn defends that. She has got that really over-the-top textbook defence as Abby Freeborn. You can watch out for that.
Yeah, it's a little bit like the staff coming down. You shall not pass.
Yes, it is. Gandalf-esque. Lord of the Rings reference.
Although, interesting, I think in the book, it's you cannot pass.
Oh, I like you shall not.
For the, they changed it, I think, for the
Ian
film.
Sir Ian McKellen's delivery as well. That's defended again. Back to Anderson. You cannot, you shall not. Anyway, you're not coming through because he's got a big stick as opposed to a bat. You shall not pass. You have to watch the Lord of the Rings, otherwise, no. The people don't know what we're talking about. We haven't even started.
Who hasn't watched Lord of the Rings?
Well, that's also true. Yeah. It's Hobbit forming, you know that, don't you? Anderson comes in to Freeborn, plays that 2-point again, almost too efficiently, and that's the end of the over. So 14 overs gone. Warwickshire 67 for 3. Freeborn on 6. Surin Kumar on 27. Anderson bowling beautifully there. 2 for 21 already.
Yeah, I wonder if that might just be that for Anderson. Yeah, there's the high five between Luff and Anderson, just keeping 3 overs of Anderson back just in case, just in case you need a breakthrough later on. And this partnership is, well, particularly Surin Kumar has got her innings moving. And I think Freeborn, she is one of those players that you expect to have the experience
That's
to go,
right.
actually, you know what, scoring's pretty good here.
Yeah.
Let's just get myself in. Barnes resuming what's been an interesting battle with Surin Kumar so far.
Yeah,
She's
it's a bit
clearly
of a
trying
nice
to get
head-to-head
across
here,
and
isn't it?
sweep,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
now they've got those two fielders out there. What's she going to do? The temptation is to try and go straight, maybe use her feet, which possibly is what Barnes wants her to do, mid-off and mid-on, both inside that 25-yard circle.
Ooh.
Cut in the air, but it's going to elude Gibson at extra cover, and they don't fancy two.
No.
Good throw.
One's enough.
In from Holland. She's rapid across that boundary.
She's very
gonna
busy
need to
out there.
be.
She's got a beat. She's got a lot of real estate to cover there. Yes, it is an interesting head-to-head in with Olivia Barnes with these two batters. Freeborn. Some adjustment to the fine leg fielder.
Oh, beautifully bowled.
Thought we were going to have a stump in then.
Dragged her forward, and it just was on that length that she couldn't really get forwards to, but you wouldn't really want to be playing off the back foot either, and then just a little bit of turn. And so often happens after that. You get a bit of turn and the batter goes for a sweep, even if she's only getting one for that Freeborn. She does get off strike. Equally though, if you're Barnes, I'm not sure you're as good a player as Freeborn is as that shot, as we've been saying she is. I don't think you mind her paddling too much if it's only going to be one. Nicely looped up. She missed the middle of the bat there, did Barnes. Gibson at extra covers, clasping her hands in front of her mouth, thinking that she's bound to get through at any point. It's slightly frustrating 3 overs for Barnes, because she's come close on a few occasions, but hasn't got the payoff yet. Paddle again. Just for the one, but be a frustrating experience for Barnes at the moment, but 71 for 3, so they've scored 25 in the 5 since the power play. So again, it underlines they've not exactly decelerated. There's not been a squeeze put on yet, but as long as this partnership doesn't continue to develop, and it's put on 40 already, yeah, I think they'll still be pretty happy with the situation. Will Somerset with another wicket or another 2 wickets, and they're still right bang in control. I think I'm going to get out the way. I'm going to make the executive decision. It's Jenko and Trigo.
So thanks, Ed. I'm going to be joined by, the next voice you're going to hear is Peter Trigo, Somerset legend, in the commentary box with me. Thanks, Ed. And I am Claire Jenkins, former Somerset County player. And sunshine here at Cooper Associates County Ground.
Good
Welcome,
morning,
Peter.
Good morning, Claire. How are you?
Good morning. You're looking very tan. Where have you been?
Well, it's the gypsy skin. I only have to step outside, and it turns this colour. Unfortunately, I always do say though, it's a lot paler in the middle.
Oh,
so the arms and the V-neck get a little bit of attention, but yeah.
Okay, we've got change of bowling from this end, so we're going to see a bit of spin at this end as well, as Freeborn can only defend that. Not really sure where the ball had gone there, down for a dot.
Well, I was a little bit late coming on. It sounded like you and Ed were having a lovely time, and there is the little matter of another game going on today. Somerset have unfortunately lost Abel and Rue earlier. And it's been a fascinating morning here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Runs are flowing, but Somerset, I think, will be enthused by the 3 wickets.
All sorts. We've had wickets, we've had runs. Oh, we've had all sorts. Warwickshire 72 for 3.
Yeah, really quite pleased that Ellie Anderson had taken a couple
really
of bowled very well, but also taken a couple of catches as well. Because I think remembering coaching the women's team under Western Storm, Ellie I think was a little bit of a nervy fielder. So great to see how she's developed at that great caught and bowl catch and that one at mid on. So really good to see.
Up and over the top. She didn't know where that was going either. I think about 2, but probably not there. Just the one. Another one to the total. Warwickshire 73 for 3. Yeah, Ellie Anderson's a player that I know, of course, Worcestershire originally, or more recently, but then through Central Sparks days, saw her play a lot. Tall figure to taking catches as well as Freeborn comes forward and just plays that down. There is no run.
Yeah, it was impressive to watch her opening spell. I think when she bowls well, she has a really good control of her length, and she really did challenge the stumps and the knee roll throughout her spell. I think on the opposite side of that, occasionally she gets a little bit too short, but I thought she bowled beautifully and got Somerset off to a nice start with Molly Robbins. He went for a few runs, but great that there was that little cluster of wickets there, which is always important in that first power play.
16 overs gone. Warwickshire at 73 for 3. Of course, there is only the one power play in the women's game. Just that first 10 overs with the 25-yard circle in the women's game, 30-yard circle in the men's game, of course. So, yeah, we're into the meat of the game now.
It looks like the Warwickshire batters are pretty keen on utilising the sweep shot from what I've seen. Be interesting to see how that develops and what Captain Loves does to try and mitigate that. I like the fact that she's kept the mid-on and mid-off fielders up. You get a lot of catch opportunities in those positions. I think in the batter's eye line as well, isn't it?
That's played into the offside. Neve Holland comes off the rope. She's getting lots of steps in over that side. Do you want this one? Do you want Willow, or do you want me to call the ball? What would you like?
I'm just happy to go when you want to go, Claire. I mean,
okay.
It's our first stint together, so we'll be
Barnes in again. That's worked backward of square by Abby Freeborn. She's enjoying. When she gets Abby Freeborn, when she gets a shot in her mind, she does play a lot of it. So Molly Robbins might be very busy down there at fine leg. Soon Kumar will face the next ball. She's having a good look at those gaps that they're trying to tempt her with. She tries to play that down and back, but only kind of nurdles it underneath, and they get through for a single. Not pretty, but still effective in terms of getting another run.
Yeah, I think what I'd like to see here, Claire, is Molly come up to that 45 position. I don't like the batters able to sort of milk with a relatively easy shot round to the corner. I always think that playing a horizontal sweep shot has an element of risk to it. I always think a good one-day team has in their psyche that they want to take wickets. I would actually encourage the sweep shot, move the square leg fielder 10 yards finer. So if they do play a hard sweep shot, they've got to take it in front of square, which adds a bit of risk. And then that 45 is really in play for a top edge.
I think they're listening to you.
We're on the same page, me and Luffy, for once.
Captain Fantastic's got her listening to our commentary. Yeah,
I think
she's done exactly what you just said.
I think Skelton's moved a little bit too far, but I like it in principle.
Okay, now Barnes in again. Freeborn just comes forward and defends that, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think without the 45, it feels like a very easy shot, and you're not worried about that top edge. There's been a 2 or 3 in the last few overs.
Well, it's making Freeborn think, hopefully, if she has spotted that Molly Robbins has come in at much shorter to the 25-yard circle there, straight through to the wicket-keeper, beating the edge of the bat there. There was a big hoo. Big ooh from the fielders.
Well, that move's definitely changed momentum because both batters were pretty much playing a sweep every ball, so good from the Somerset skipper.
Freeborn tries to have a little nibble at that. Alex Griffiths is floored, hoping she was going to get another catch chance there. Come on, Griff, get yourself up. It's at the end of the over. Oh, she's got a bit longer to get up now. And that's the end of the over. 17 overs gone. Warwickshire 76 for 3. Freeborn on 10 and Sunan Kumar on 32.
Honours even, I'd say, Clara, at this stage. I think those 3 wickets, I think there's a danger that Warwickshire batters take too many risks. They could not bat the whole 50 overs. So good. I think the run rates are tad north of where Somerset would be super happy and would probably edge that first 17 overs. But we're in a good place. Another wicket here would be absolutely ideal. These two have got a nice little partnership brewing here as Skelton starts her run up. Nice piece of bowling there, just sliding on with the arm. Yeah, it was good watching Skelts do a lot of training with Tom Smith, working on different deliveries, arm balls, and one that she calls the barrel ball, which is that one that really attacks the stumps.
Barrel ball.
That one there a little bit more flighted and played nicely out to the offside. Suren Kumar has got herself into the 30s. Will be looking to put something sizable on the board for Warwickshire today. Bit of a rundown sweep there from Freeborn. Should have been 2. Good piece of fielding out there by Griff. I would say probably Somerset's premier fielder. Would you agree with that?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, Danny Gibson when you've got her, and she's fielding close in this time, but she's a very good fielder in the deep. Oh, up and over.
Oh, was that a chance? Was that a top edge there?
You got some good field. I mean, you know, Captain Fantastic Sophie Luff, Fran Wilson, always one for a game-changing bit of fielding, as you say, Alex Griffiths. And Danny Gibson, pretty good.
Oh, another chance there. A couple of missed opportunities there behind the stumps.
Especially when you add in Charlie Dean when she's here. A great fielder. So they're getting the younger players here are getting some great role models to work with. That's it. Dancy, dancy, oops. Freeborn goes.
Well, it was a wicket brewing. Couple of opportunities there. Freeborn has taken the aggressive option and maybe one too many, and she's got to go. Great piece of bowling there by Skelton as we have a look at this replay here. Slightly tossed up, hiding outside the off stump, and the keeper makes up for the drop catch the ball before. And that's always a nice thing, isn't it? When you drop a catch and it doesn't hurt the team.
Yes, it comes with no cost, as Freeborn nearly does the splits there. How do you feel about wicket? It always amuses, well, sort of as a little amusement to me that wicket keepers get when they get stumped, because it seems to happen. Oh. It seems to happen quite a lot. What we got there?
Cool, that's a very athletic position, and a Freeborn and managed to get ourselves in. That was some effort to get back to the stumps, but yeah, I think.
Seems ironic that wicket keepers get stumped, because you think that they'd be the people that would be least likely.
Spinners don't like getting out to other spinners, and you know, there's definitely the wicket keeper union, as it's called. A little bit of one-upmanship, I guess. Yeah, she's advanced, and nice bit of work there from Odgers behind the stumps and making amends from the previous delivery. So Somerset have taken their 4th wicket. Former Western Storm player Nat Wraith.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've done some coaching. Did you coach Nat?
Yeah, Nat's a dangerous player.
She is.
Someone that once, you know, I think once she gets in the flow, can be quite dangerous.
Early in the season, I was doing commentary for Warwickshire at Edgbaston, and it was a fairly watchful start, and I think they'd got her coming in quite early, and she took this big swat and hit this ball up and over, and I was like, "Ooh!" It was like, "Welcome to Warwickshire batting." She's seems to be enjoying her time up with the Bears. Suren Kumar is very watchful and just defends that down, and there is no run.
Yeah, I would say with Nat, her ability and output doesn't match up. I think you know. I think as she goes on, you know, I view her in terms of her ball striking and quality of play as someone who really ought to be the one of the heavy run scorers, and a sweep shot too many.
Bold. That's a wicket for Barnes. Takes the wicket of Suren Kumar, who was getting settled there. Warwickshire find themselves 79 for 5 as Suren Kumar has to come back to the dugout. Clean bowl there.
Yeah, she's gone across too far there, and that ball looks like it's just turned from leg towards off and clipped the leg stump on the way through.
Oh, rapid. Is he physio coming out? Some speed there.
Yeah,
physio was coming out with a hat.
I think
We've got loads of people on the sideline, but they've sent in a support member of staff with a hat.
I think it looks like that ball is caught that very full foothold and turned sharply back towards the stump. So one of the features of Barnes's bowling is she does offer quite a bit of side spin, and that's a real excellent couple of wickets there. That partnership that was starting to brew has unbrewed itself. Izzy Wong to the crease now, a dangerous striker, and I think these two are dangerous.
Yeah, they are.
But in the way that they bat, they do offer up chances. So real key time here for Somerset to be switched right on.
Captain Fantastic, I'll be sending someone to cow corner, because Izzy Wong, particularly on that short boundary, is going to pepper that cow corner area. Batted well, of course, in the Vitality Blast Eliminator. Comes forward, plays that straight to the tumbling Danny Gibson. It's a rather over the top. She's been watching Charlie Dean fielding that close. The Dean roll afterwards. Barnes to continue from the luff end. To Izzy Wong. That's a full toss there. Oh, and it's caught. Just in the bit I can't see there. It's caught by Molly Robbins, backward of square. So Wong, having built her up, is now going for no runs. So you mentioned about breaking the partnership. They certainly have now, as Wong is caught backward of square off the bowling of Olivia Barnes.
Yeah, not a great delivery, you have to say, and an equally poor shot there from Wong early into her innings. 2 wickets falling down. Really the way to play is keep the ball down on the ground and get yourself in, but it is kind of the negative feature, I think, of the dangerous players. They sometimes don't use their head, and perfect for Somerset now, 79 for 6, and Warwickshire are right on the ropes here. Barnes has picked up her 2nd wicket of the over.
Wong unable to resist the temptation of hitting that slow full toss. Still took some watching to take that catch on the ring there. So it brings the captain, Georgia Davis, to the crease. It's a bat with Wraith. So both batters yet to get off the mark. And some rebuilding here to do for Warwickshire Bears, as Barnes to continue. Georgia Davis taking a guard, waggling her bat. Oh, straight through then. Barnes has got them all over the place here. She's getting some movement off the pitch. Warwickshire in several minds about this.
Yeah, another clear sign that Olivia Barnes is getting some good turn. Nervy times here for Warwickshire, and a huge opportunity for Somerset to get them in sight of winning this game with that bonus point that they need desperately.
So that's the end of the over. 19 overs gone. Warwickshire are 79 for 6, and Nat Wraith, and formerly of this parish, and Georgia Davis, the captain of the Bears, at the crease, yet to get off the mark.
The spin duo doing the damage at the moment. It's excellent stuff from Somerset. That run rate is plummeting. Something you often see when a cluster of wickets has fallen. And now Warwickshire are really in that mode where they've got to try and fight to bat 50 overs. So Somerset are in prime position. 2 overs ago, I kind of thought it was on as even, and now massively in Somerset's favour if they can just keep that foot on the throat.
Let's hope that weather's not coming this way, though, Peter.
Well, yeah, there's always that
dark clouds.
Yeah, that does
St.
seem to be it's the prevailing wind, and as soon as those black down hills start misting up, you always know you're in for a few showers. I mean, it looks fantastic on the ground at the moment, bathed in sunshine, but
up over our shoulders, looking a bit dark over Bill's Mothers, isn't it?
We've had far too much sun, Claire, this summer, and
too much sun.
Yeah, we've had far too much sun.
Oh, yeah?
It's about time we get those some of those inclement autumnal days.
Well, those autumnal days, it's a bit like rural buses, isn't it? None, and then they all come together. Unfortunately, it's Captain Fantastic just tweaking a field.
Yeah, bad for cricket, bad for golf.
Yeah, God, tell me about it.
Oh, sloppy bit of fielding out there on the boundary.
She looks filthy with herself.
Yeah, important that Somerset are as clinical as they can be. Every run, don't give anything back to the opposition. 81 for 6 now. A real open door here for Somerset to make their chase as easy as possible. Nat Wraith, they'll know that Nat Wraith is a player that can be dangerous, that will present opportunities.
Yeah, don't drop anything short. She's going to smack it up over the top.
Yeah, I think it was the one conversational point with Nat, with her power, that she often hit the ball at catchable height. It was neither one nor the other. It was almost like she got stuck in two minds to be aggressive or defensive. And when she just like gets into her innings, gets to 20, 30, just pounding the ball along the ground, that's when you think that's the best version of herself. And you'd often see some frustrated coaches up on the balcony when you're caught cover, caught mid-on, caught mid-off. Obviously, now that she's wearing a different shirt, we hope that's the case. But I think for her batting, she's such a good striker. I think she's probably one of the most powerful women batters out there at the moment. When she's going, so certainly one to watch as the day progresses. But really nice over there from Skelton, that noticeably started taking pace off the ball. I think that's a really good tactic, because there is turn on offer here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. $81 for 6 after the first 20 overs.
Davis yet to get off the mark. She looks around at that short boundary, no doubt, eyeing up. Skelton to continue. It's defended down by the captain. There is no run. Davis is leading from the front here. She's 6 in the most valuable players list for the country in the Metro Bank, as that's played into the pocket. Neve Holland comes off the rope and they get through for an easy single there. Georgia Davis will want to start seeing that total and those runs appearing on the board. Meanwhile, Somerset will want to keep the spin lid here on the Warwickshire batting innings as Wraith faces Barnes. Plays that past the short fielder. They get through for a single. 82 for 6. Both batters off the mark, but needing to start building some sort of platform here. Barnes, left arm around to the right-handed Georgia Davis. Places that again to the same sort of slot there. And get another single. You were talking about this, that Captain Fantastic Sophie Love will want to avoid this milking singles into the same gaps.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to have to be the tactic from Warwickshire at the moment, just picking off singles. I don't think they really have the licence to play the more aggressive shots at the moment. They're just going to have to bed themselves in, try and take some time out of the 50 overs to make sure that they use up all of those overs. So I suspect that in some ways, unless Somerset can be a little bit more aggressive, that the next 10 overs or so will probably be quite dry in terms of boundary entertainment.
That's played in the air, but into a gap. Holland again coming off the rope. Just a single. That's the end of the over. So 21 overs gone. Warwickshire are 84 for 6. Wraith on 4. Davis on 2. Of course, Warwickshire, they do tend to They do all get to bat. So whenever I've looked earlier in the season and they've got wickets down, it isn't always a big tell with Warwickshire because they like to they like to allow their colleagues to bat. They all get a go. It's a very democratic batting order. When I've seen that, I remember watching, not paying attention for a bit, and then finding out that Emily Arlott got 100 and whatever, 130. And rescued a game. Georgia Davies has also rescued a game earlier in the season, so that's played down first.
Yeah, I think that's one of the features of cricket across the board, really. You know, the bowlers get equal amount of coaching time and practice time for their batting skills. You know, the tail ender, the classic tail ender from 20 years ago isn't really a thing in cricket. You know, I can't actually think of anyone that bats from 1 to 11 that you think, oh, they're a cheap wicket. You know, everyone can bat and contribute to the team. Certainly something that most coaches drive within their teams. Bit of confusion there in the running between Wraith and Davis. Just about scampers back to her ground, Nat Wraith.
Yes. Somerset will be aware that Georgia Davis can get some runs. In the previous game, which Somerset won, Georgia Davis got 50 off 51 balls, batting at number 10, including a 6. So yeah, they can all bat. Worked backward of square. Ellie Anderson doing a lot of running down the hill there. They've got 2.
Yeah, just a fraction leg side there from Skelton, who's been absolutely bang on with her line and length. 1 for 11 at the moment, coming towards the end of her 4th over, so she's doing a great job at the moment. You'd kind of get the sense that Nat Wraith's never too far away from a shot of that sort of quality. And upish again, catchable height, but avoids Danny Gibson at short extra cover, and Nat Wraith picks up her first boundary to close out the over.
Yeah, Nat Wraith got a useful 54 off 45 balls against Surrey. So, as you mentioned, perhaps settling into a new shirt on her back now with Warwickshire. Approaching that midpoint. We're hoping the weather isn't going to interfere with today's game because Somerset need to win and to win with a bonus point. So hence their decision when they won the toss to put their opposition in so they know exactly what they're chasing down, and they'll need to do that in 40 overs to get that bonus point. So we'll be going within a game watching that as we see Captain Fantastic deploy well out. So AJ Wellington to come on from the lough end. Georgia Davis rocks back, plays that to the deep point fielder, Neve Holland, who comes in off the rope. They get a single. Georgia Davis enjoying that slot there through along the popping crease line out to Neve Holland. Warwickshire edge towards that first milestone. That's played again through the same gap, more or less, by Nat Wraith this time. They get another single, 95 for 6. They eye up those 3 figures here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in this Metro Bank one-day cup match. Wellington right arm over again to Georgia Davis, who can only knock that down. Warming up Danny Gibson, who's short fielding. You mentioned about keeping those fielders close in the batter's eye line. Aggressive field positioning here as that's played down. Georgia Davis thinks about a run, but I don't think the memo's got to Nat Wraith, who's watching that, shaking her head, not wanting a run there. Wellington, what's she got in her box of tricks today? Davis, through the short slip fielder. They're getting 1. She's coming back for a second. The captain decides she wants 2 runs out of that one. 2 more to the total as they edge towards that 100 target of theirs. 97 for 6. The bells ring out across Taunton. Wellington to the captain, Georgia Davis. Plays that into the leg side, into the pocket. Not strongly, but they get a single off that one. And that's the end of the over. So 23 overs gone. Warwickshire at 97 for 6. Wraith on 12 and Davis on 7.
Yeah, a fraction short there from Wellington, her first over. You have to concede that leg spin is a difficult art, so it normally takes her a couple of overs to get in, but definitely the go-to bowler in terms of taking wickets, and that's what Somerset going to be hunting at the moment. I'd say the only potential option that the Somerset captain has at the moment is to bring the offside fielder up into the ring and try and force some aggressive shots over the top. Potentially might create a wicket, but then you've also got that potential of, oh, I'll tell you what, we really are on the same page. Oh no, she came in for a minute and decided against it. Our telepathic link broke down for a split second there.
You'll have to tap it, see if it's working.
Yeah, I like it. The field, you know, if you put yourself into the mind of the batter and what they would see, you've got the bowler, you've got five fielders right in her eye line, so the gaps that she sees will be very, very small, and that's where you want the batter just close and open the face, allowing exactly shots like that, which will present opportunities. As soon as you turn the bat face, trying to manipulate balls off of the stumps, you create slight opportunities for the bowler to sneak one through. So I really do like this field at the moment. Very claustrophobic if you're the batter facing this. Your options are either to, again, turn the face or go over the top. Oh, another chance there. That's a big opportunity. The dangerous Nat Wraith has got a little nick on that one. Hodges has spilled another one. Brilliant stuff from Chloe Skelton. Nice flighted delivery again, Nat Wraith. Can she make the most of having that little bit of luck there? So we have a replay of that wide delivery. Nice little sweep shot round the corner there from Nat Wraith. I do think that is definitely a part of the field you have to plug. Make her hit it square. I think Ellie Anderson's just a bit too square, a bit too close to the umpire there at square leg. If she could go a couple of fielding discs along.
Let's see if she's got the psychic link again.
Yeah, the old neuro link.
Yeah.
Another one there that she'd be able to stop if she was in that classic 45 position. In the last couple of overs, 6 runs have gone down there. Make her hit it square. Another good over there from Skelton. Created an opportunity that wasn't taken. Somerset sniffing out that 7th wicket, and they were oh so close. Here we go. There we have that replay. Just a little tiny little nick, and you can tell by the body language.
Has to do the wicket keeper at the crease.
Yeah, she had a chance of getting rid of both the wicket keepers by her gloves. What a golden opportunity that was. Nat Wraith 16 off of 17 balls. Even when she's playing quite conservative, she has that knack of scoring at quite a quick rate. Wellington just about to start a second over, just needs to get it a little bit fuller.
She always has lots of tricks in that bag of hers.
No 45 in place. Will we see some sweep shots?
I shall say. Davis just caught up there. Just knocks that down, and there is no run. Wellington to continue. That's again defended, and there is no run. Very watchful here from the Warwickshire captain, Georgia Davis. Rocks back, tries to knock it into the gap, but they've got that packed out there. On the offside, Danny Gibson running round. In the eye line of the batter. Captain Fantastic packing that field. Georgia Davis always an edge. Oh, and Danny Gibson just almost got a hand to that one. Dropping tantalisingly in front of her. There's a chance. Somerset will be buoyed by the fact that the edge is in play. That's played 2 point. They get through for a single. Fran Wilson there. Good stop, diving quite a long way to cover there in terms of the ground. They get a single. They've gone through that 100 milestone. Warwickshire 104 for 6. Wraith on 16. Davis on 9. Wellington, and again, this time to Nat Wraith. Sort of smears that straight to the point fielder, Fran Wilson. And there is no run. That's the end of the over. So we're at the halfway stage. 25 overs gone. Warwickshire 104 for 6. Wraith on 16. Davis on 9. Warwickshire lost some quick wickets early in the power play. And we're now going to have a drinks break. And I will have a little cup of coffee or something. And you'll be joined again by Ed Seaborn. My name's Claire Jenkins, former Somerset player. And you also have the voice of Peter Trigo, Somerset legend.
Thanks, Claire. Relatively, I hope you feel this way. Relatively painless debut stint for us too. Look forward to doing it again later. And I think the players should be probably having teas and coffees out there because it's pretty chilly out there. I don't think it'll be the usual squashes and energy drinks with the ice cubes. It's definitely not the day for that. Somerset are certainly on hot form at the moment, so they'd want to keep up that pressure. And even though those last couple of overs have yielded a few runs, opportunities are being created. We've had a drop catch and a near catch at short extra cover. So plenty of action here and a real opportunity for Somerset to plough on the pressure here and try and dismiss for Warwickshire. Something south of 150. Keep that bonus point in sight. What do you think, Ed?
Yeah, I think, you start getting closer to 200 and it just asks that question, doesn't it? Even if it's 180, it's not a devilish run rate to try and get 180 in 40 overs, but it does just ask that question. You have to put the foot down a little bit more. You'd want to making life as easy as possible for yourselves, and it has been a little bit of a thing at times this season where Somerset have taken some early wickets and they have done well at the top, but sometimes it has just been slamming that door in the opposition's face, that final step. And in some ways that's just, I guess, what often happens in 50 over cricket anyway. The lower order see an opportunity to come out with plenty of overs to bat, and there is a bit of a recovery. I think that's something that just tends to happen in 50 over cricket. But
yeah, I think there are two questions that get asked, and I think you're right. I think there is a tipping point at sort of sub 200. Really, the role with the batting team is to not get bowled out and you win the game. Whereas over 200, one or two players have to play well, and I think you're right there. There does seem to be a tipping point, especially here at the Cooper Associates County Ground with one short boundary. Anything sub 200, it's just about keeping your 10 wickets, and you're almost inevitably gonna chase that total. 200 plus, 220, 230. A couple of your players have got to get 50s or sizable contributions. So, I agree with you there. There is an opportunity here for Somerset to make their day a lot easier. I really like the combination of spin. We've had Skelton, Barnes, now Wellington, who's already created a half opportunity. And I think it's just the challenge now. I really like the field that's in front of the face of the batter. I would like to see, I think it's Ellie Anderson there at square leg, just a little bit finer. We've had a dozen runs or so, and in the context of a low-scoring game, that's too many to leak in that one area. So again, I'll open the Neuro link to the captain, and if he could just shove around a couple of discs, that would be great.
Yeah, especially on a pitch which I guess has been used. There's little tips around the corner, either one way or the other. Can be a... There you go. It's happening. It's happening. Anderson's going a couple of discs to her right.
There we go. Not just a hat rack, is it?
Perfect.
No, I like that. I like that a lot. You've got to remember, again, trying to put my mind into the mind of the batter. When you play a lap sweep shot in particular, if you take the fear out of the shot or the potentials of what can happen out of it, it's a very easy shot to execute. And the real danger is, well, there are two dangers, missing at LBW or the top edge, which is probably the most dangerous one. We've seen a couple examples today when the 45 wasn't in play. So as soon as you add that little bit of grey matter in there, just thinking about if I play a sweep shot and I top edge it, it just adds a little bit of a negative to the shot. Whereas previously they were just playing it at will and playing it nicely, 10, 20 runs. And like I said, if you want to really put your foot on the throat, you really need to block that option, and they've done that well. Another chance there. Dropped an extra cover. Somerset have been excellent, but they've already created more than 10 chances today and haven't been as ruthless as they could have been. I think that's Danny Gibson there. Normally a very good fielder. Should be disappointed with that. And as I said to Claire, trying to sort of summarise Nat Wraith's batting, she seems to hit a lot of balls in that area at a catchable height, neither one or the other. I think it's something she still needs to work on.
Yeah.
She's offered a couple of chances now.
Has been a good summer for her, and really getting that chance at the top of the order in the 100 as well be a really good opportunity for her, and she does seem to have settled in quickly at Warwickshire. And I guess coming back to an old stomping ground, there's always that little bit of extra incentive to do well.
Yeah, well, you've got to, you get one over on your mates. I'm sure there's a little bit of chat out there. A few disgruntled ex-teammates that were annoyed that you left. So yeah, there's so many sort of dynamics out there that just add to the atmosphere when you go back to a ground or play a former club.
So it depends whether she's someone to have words with or not. If they'd know that.
So lovely length there from Wello. Georgia Davis just turning the face on that certainly brings that leading edge into play. Nat Wraith 18 off 21 at the moment. Georgia Davis a little bit more watchful at the moment, 11 off 25. It's got a little bit gloomier here at Taunton.
Fran Wilson at backward point, back in her usual position. She did me earlier on because she was at gully and Barnes was at backward point. It was unusual to see her move even a few steps to her left from there. Nicely bowled again by Wellington. And talking about going in for the kill, this is one of those positions that I'm not sure Somerset have been in a huge amount, in that, or full toss, but getting away with it, one bounce out to deep mid-wicket. But I don't know that they'd have actually been in this position where they've taken 6 wickets, and Amanda Jade Wellington has still got 7 overs left after this. Somebody who's been their primary weapon at times with the bat, never mind just with the ball. Oh, it's a rare drag down.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the difference between Somerset playing good cricket and ultimately the fact that Wello's got lots of overs left and the captain has options is what happens on the days that aren't going well for Somerset. And this is just a reality. The opening bowlers just don't hit their areas, and instead of making a reactionary change where Wello would come on and burn overs just to get control of the game, they're now able to use her today when she's at her most effective. The openers were exceptional, leaked a few runs, but they took wickets. And And then you're able to just hold back your X-factor bowler, which is no doubt Amanda J. Wellington. And the real bonus is that Skelton and Barnes have struck as well. So we're in a great spot here. 109 for 6 at the moment. Barnes is coming on to replace Skelton. Going to save a few of Skelts' overs, which is good. I think it's always great to have the ball spinning away from the bat, and they've got that at both ends now with the leg spin of Wellington and Barnes. She bowls at a very slow pace, Barnes, which I think is good for the situation, but she does produce side spin. I'd be very surprised if Nat Wraith can withhold herself from trying to hit over the top at some stage. Again, we've got that 45
Take
position
it out again.
Vacant, which I really do think is a bit of a crime. But I don't mind it in this situation because they've decided on the slip. I don't mind it if it's an aggressive move. But it certainly is an aggressive move. Yeah, there's probably not a fielder that you can really budget to put round that corner. That is the algorithm, slip or 45. Which one do you use in the game? And because Barnes is turning it, I think it's a pretty good option.
Yeah, we've already seen a chance at that short straight extra cover as well, but there's going to be potentially another run there on the wide because of no short fine leg. But I guess you're not setting a field for that. So it's a big partnership as far as Warwickshire's hopes of posting something competitive. Turn and bounce. Wraith, as a lot of keepers are, strong on that cut shot. Just sliding on. And the quicker deliveries have been effective. As you said, a natural pace has been quite slow. She does get some dip. But when she does just increase that pace a little bit more, it does cause problems as well. As Davis continues seemingly to look just to stay there, mostly.
Yeah, it's trying to build up. Yes, it's set up play, really. I think if there's spin from leg to off from the left arm spinner, you show that to the batter. They start playing slightly outside the line to mitigate the spin, and that's when that quicker slidey one starts to hunt the shin. So this is the classic, what I would say, left armers modus operandi here. Just a couple of tossed up deliveries and then the quicker one. But a nice sweep shot there from Davis, who will probably feel quite comfortable at the moment. She's been out there for 30 balls now and will certainly want to pick up her scoring rate. Wraith 20, Davis 12. Somerset still very much on top at the moment, but will be desperately trying to seek a couple of extra wickets here.
Yeah, 38 these two have put on now for the 7th wicket. After that extreme wobble, 3 wickets for no runs. Freeborn and Surin Kumar had started to build that partnership up. 48 for the 4th wicket. Somerset looking for one final cluster here. Breeze getting up as well.
Yeah, if you do look into the sight screen or those sort of maroon trees in the background, you can see there's a little bit of rain spitting down. I don't think enough to take the players off at this stage, but it's certainly thinking about it. Hopefully this is as deadly as the rain gets, because we've got a good game of cricket on our hands at the moment.
At my useless level, I used to hate bowling leg spin in the wind. You tend to bowl it quite slowly and just think, stop, I'm trying to do something here, stop messing with it.
Yeah, I think, Ed, doing sort of any sort of finite movement skill when the wind's buffering you around is a challenge. You know, the stronger it gets, it even affects you bowling bowling seam, you always get, it's almost like you get to the top of your gather and then you get this gust that hits you in the chest and sort of puts you off balance slightly. I mean, it's quite the art leg spin. I mean, Wello's incredibly accurate. You know, I think she's probably one of the best leg spinners out there from what I can see. Yeah. She has really good control. I think she underuses her googly. I don't see her bowl it enough. I've seen a number of games where she'll bowl it maybe 2 or 3 times in a 10-over spell to batters that I don't think are picking her. So I think I'd certainly encourage her to use that a little bit more often.
Be another, maybe even couple round the corner to a ball that's barely got outside the 25-yard circle. Although again, they do have that slip still in place, as Teresa has been saying. So 120 for 6.
Yeah, I think the super aggressive version of that field would be to bring the deep cover up to the standard cover and bring the cover to 45 and throw it out, throw that offer out to the batter. If you want to hit the ball aerial over the offside, be my guest and just have a period where you maybe budget 20 runs to doing that. I think that's often a way to force a wicket, because this Warwickshire pair now are starting to put on quite a sizable partnership here, and they're not having to do a great deal in terms of high-risk shots. So I think that would be a well worth a little gamble here at some stage. But again, let's hope that neuro link is open between me and the captain. It's already worked a couple of times.
I suppose the other thing you could do is bring one of the openers back, or even get a bit of Griffiths going. She's tended to do a lot of bowling in this period of the game.
Yeah, you got 30 overs of spin, haven't we? And undoubtedly those 30 overs are going to bowl, and then Robbo, Anderson, if one of them take a little bit of tap towards the end, you can give Griff a bowl. But I think pace off at the moment is working. You know, even though the wickets aren't falling, the run rate is just dropping. It's at just over 4 and over now. Doesn't look like they're willing to take any chances at this stage. So happy days. Balls like that aren't ideal. 5 wides. 3 runs there from Warwickshire. Barnes will be disappointed with that.
As much as they've done a lot well today, Somerset, they have, as you mentioned, created more chances than they've taken, and that is now 20 runs in wides, which, in the context of 127 for 6, that's sort of the difference between having a team completely on the ropes and still just about punching.
Well, ultimately, Ed, it's the difference between where Somerset are in the ladder and already qualified. Those tiny little bits of ruthlessness, execution. I think, you know, game after game, you see, you know, wide count being high or drop catches. You know, you can normally track the teams that are doing well and winning games on how many do you drop, how many runs do you gift the opposition. And you know, in one-day cricket, where most games come down to 20, 25 runs, if you have that element of sort of sloppiness in your day-to-day play, it kind of bites you on the backside. And I think we're seeing it a little bit here, even though Somerset are still in a very strong position. Warwickshire, really, the innings should already be wrapped up, let's be honest.
Turn and bounce there for Barnes. Yeah, there's been a lot that's been significant in terms of improvement, but yeah, I guess that is that next extra step in terms of ruthlessness, which we may end up hopefully seeing as time wears on, but there has definitely been an uptick in 50-over cricket this year.
Yeah, 30 overs gone here. 129 for 6. one of those cricket cliches is you can double what you've got at 30 as to what you'd be trying to get, but 6 down, I think, slightly changes that. We've got a little treat here. Somerset opening batter, Emma Corney. Welcome to the comms box, Corns.
Hello, how are we?
I'm very well, thank you. Not too bad. How do you assess the day's play so far?
I think Somerset are in a very good position. 6 wickets already, but I think this is a bit of a crucial part of the game. You know, maybe we've seen earlier in the season the game can get away from you quite quickly without really noticing. So I think being ruthless, taking these last 4 wickets as quick as possible is essential, especially when we're looking for that bonus point.
Yeah, by my calculations, the Somerset bowlers have created 11 opportunities and 6 have been taken so far. So there's that already kind of real opportunity to get Warwickshire sub 120 is kind of gone. I think now between here and 270 runs, last 4 wickets, certainly want to dismiss Warwickshire at some point, somewhere in the 160, 170 area. Nat Wraith, former teammate, dangerous cricketer, isn't she?
She is.
You know,
yeah, she can take the game.
Times.
Yeah, she can take the game away from you very quickly. She's a big hitter. I think she's very explosive, and I think we need to get her as soon as possible because, I don't know, the runs can just keep ticking over without noticing, and all of a sudden 180, 190 can keep Warwickshire in the game.
Certainly can. Nick Pepper there, head groundsman, hammering down that mat there. It's always my least favourite position to field anywhere near those mats protecting other pitches. You can get one to flick up off the edge of it and catch you in the old roast beef. We don't want to see any of that. Wello just slightly short again and back cut by Nat Wraith. 3 runs, I'd imagine, will be added. Good bit of running there from Georgia Davis. Fran Wilson doing the chasing. Yeah, well, he's just been a fraction short a number of times. It looks like both Warwickshire batters are looking to play off of the back foot and cut, picking up those easy runs, low risk.
Big pockets here today. It's about out on this bigger side up there. So easy to just knock it into the gaps.
Yeah, some decent acreage out there. You wouldn't mind that as your back garden. Good bit of fielding there from Fran, diving on those wicket ends.
Solid from Fran Wilson. Always expect the best from her. It's not getting past her.
Yeah, you've always got that sort of question in your mind, haven't you, when you dive on the wicket ends? The high probability you're going to donate a bit of skin to the ground when you dive on those sharp wicket ends. Rock solid, like diving on a car park.
Yeah, not the finest place to dive, but got to be done.
Oh, nice piece of bowling there from Wello. Bit of turn from leg to off past the outside edge of Georgia Davis there.
Looks slightly slow at that one, just tossing it up there, inviting her forwards.
Yeah, it looks so far that when either of the 3 spinners have just taken a bit of pace off the ball, there's definitely a little bit of bite there. As we see that replay there, definitely a beauty of a delivery. One of those kind of balls that the leg spinners dream of. Just pitching outside leg as Georgia Davis goes for a sweep. That 45 is open. That ends the 31st over. Warwickshire 132 for 6. Now, Corns, let's talk about what has obviously been a frustrating season for you in terms of your injury. How's your recovery been going? And if you're happy to, just explain, you know, where everything's at, what happened, what you've had done, etc.
Yeah, so ruptured my ACL, playing in this reverse fixture in June, had surgery, all stuck back together, and we about 3 months post-surgery now, and it's actually going really well, so everyone's happy. Started to progress things in the gym, which is getting a little bit more exciting because it was a very tedious time having to learn to walk, learn to bend your knee, all those kinds of things, but getting my freedom back a little bit now, and yeah, starting to feel a little bit more like an athlete.
Oh, excellent. So I'm sure you know my son Dexter did the same injury, but he's probably about 10 months on now and starting to do running and change of direction, all that sort of stuff. For people that don't know, the ACL is that ligament that goes through the middle of the knee, giving it some stability, and pretty much without that, your knee's knackered. So operation is a must, but the thing that really amazed me with Dexter's rehab, I'm sure you had the same thing, is that sort of the neuro pathway down to that new muscle that they graft in. Did you get the old leg shakes on and all that with your training? That's mad, isn't it?
All sorts of weird things going on. And even like you can't tense your quad. You know, it's like your brain just forgets how to do it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the slow part of the rehab, when you've got to do the balance work and just get your brain to know where your knee is in space and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's slow going. When I heard you had that injury, and obviously us going through it with Dexter, I really did feel for you. But you're looking in a better space now. You look happy, and that's good to see. And that road to recovery is long, but well worth it if you do it properly. The medical team, you're probably best of friends now.
Yeah, we see a lot of each other.
I'm sure you're in a regular coffee round.
Yeah, we spend an awful lot of time together, but we keep each other entertained. It's got to be done because it can be pretty boring. But I don't know. I think I'd see them more than my own friends and family at this point. But hey ho, spent a lot of time in that gym. Might as well sleep here at this point. But
well, Ellie Anderson back into the attack. Couple of wickets early on. Bowled nicely, bringing the stumps into play. Bowled a really good length. That one slightly dragged down and nicely played by Nat Wraith. Definitely a ball you don't want to bowl to Nat Wraith, is that short delivery. She's quite natural, rocking onto the pull shot. Like my co-commentator with me now, Emma Corney, that's her trademark shot, the pull through mid-wicket. As well as that classic cover drive as well.
Yeah. You've got to have the pull shot when you're short. Got no option, have you? Everything is short.
Beautiful shot there from Nat Wraith, whizzing across the square here at Taunton. Neve Holland, good piece of fielding out there, keeping that to 2.
She's putting in the yards out there.
Well, it's definitely some acreage she's got to cover. Nat Wraith's on to 30 now. This partnership's just gone past 50. I'm pretty sure that's right. I only got a D in my GCSE maths, but I think I'm right in saying it's past 50.
It'll say someone 59.
Ooh. Off-pace delivery there from Anderson. Looks like Nat Wraith's just starting to tick a little bit here. Important that Somerset try and dislodge her as quickly as possible. Very dangerous player, but good first comeback over from Anderson. I wonder if there'll be a change at the other end. No, it looks like Wellow's going to persevere, bowling leg spin. So putting yourself in the mind of the captain now, wanting to dismiss Warwickshire in the next 40, 50 runs. Anything you see out there that you'd do differently, or are you happy?
I think keeping Wellow on is a good option here. I think putting the strike bowlers on and trying to bring the end, closer to us. We don't have to bowl 50 overs. Really trying to put that squeeze on one end as well. Georgia Davis doing well to hold up an end here, but I think that's where the pressure can really be applied. Kind of forcing Nat Wraith to have to score the runs, and another misfield there is not what Somerset need right now.
Oh, Nat Wraith just wasn't really watching the ball there. Nearly got herself into a bit of stum. Ellie Anderson there, poor piece of fielding. Straight through the legs. The old long barrier didn't get in the way.
Yeah, I like this field here from Somerset, kind of pat the offside, trying to force Georgia Davis to do something else. They've got that protection out there with Neve Holland, but putting pressure on both ends here.
Good footwork there from Wilson. Wraith was thinking about the single. Captain turned her down. So what's the plan of attack? Is it just a case of getting the legs strong again? And have you got any dates of where you'd like to start hitting balls, or is that very much into the winter now?
Probably looking around November-ish to start hitting balls, so not too far off. But yeah, at the minute, it's basically just as much strength training as possible because, you know, my leg's looking a little bit like a noodle. A lot of muscle wastage there, which isn't great. So yeah, basically just how great an athlete can I be, which I think is quite a cool opportunity, really. Like, it's not often that, you know, in your career you get to, I don't know, spend time on the things that you don't normally spend time on. So I think I am quite excited to, you know, when I do come back, how strong, like how fast can I be? So the plan is hit sixes.
Yeah, good. Well, it's a great mentality to think about, you know, the positive outcomes. I mean, most cricketers at some stage will have an injury, a substantial injury, and yeah, the ones that come back the strongest really take the positive side of that, and that exact attitude is come back a better player, come back a better athlete. You know, that little reset. You know, no one wants injuries, obviously, but yeah, you've got to make the best of a bad bunch sometimes. Warwickshire on 140 for 6, and they are making the best of a bad bunch. 79 for 6 they were after their double cluster of wickets at the start, and then the spinners came on and took those little pockets of 3 wickets. Another shortish ball there from Anderson. Nat Wraith looks like she's waiting for anything dragged down. Slightly dangerous times here with former teammate looking in pretty good form.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Somerset try and squeeze Georgia Davis here. Looks like the field is staying the same. Maybe might see a few slower balls from Ellie Anderson.
I'd like to see a mid-wicket in. I feel like that's a little bit too defensive. Georgia Davis is 19 off 50 balls now, so hasn't really shown that she's that keen on going aerial, but that mid-wicket looks a bit exposed in terms of just milking ones. Somerset want to try and frustrate the Warwickshire batters as much as possible, get them to play a rash shot, something aerial.
I've got to be honest, the no mid-wicket in the ring I think is my least favourite field.
It just looks a bit too easy, doesn't it, just to do that.
Not a bad ball, top of the stumps. Brings Nat Wraith back on strike. The danger player.
Yeah, it's that position there, and one position I see a lot in 4-day cricket is when they bowl without a point, and you sort of bowl a nice ball that catches the outside half of the bat and they get 1 for it, and it's the last thing you want as a bowler is leaking runs off your good deliveries. I think it's certainly a more logical manoeuvre to Nat Wraith, because she's starting to think about boundaries by the looks of her bat swing at the moment, but Georgia Davis hasn't really shown that much intent, so a little bit of an early reaction there from the captain. Short delivery and nicely swatted away by Nat Wraith. What do you think, you know, being down there now, former teammate, what's the chat like? Is there a bit of needle out there, do you think, or would they be hoping she doesn't get off to too much of a flyer?
I reckon they'll be giving her a little bit of nibble, you know. It's very important. She left us, so jokes.
A defector.
But yeah, it'll be interesting. I think like everyone still gets on really well, so I don't think anything will be too harsh, but they will know the explosiveness that she's got. Don't want her hanging around for too much longer.
Yeah, the Warwickshire pair, you have to say, give them credit, have done a great job. That run rate is starting to creep up a little bit now as Warwickshire have moved on to 144 for 6. The Cooper Associates county ground, not basking in the sunshine as it was earlier on. It's got a little bit moody, but even though we can't see behind this building from here, puffy white clouds, blue sky, so looks like the Rain staying away. Olivia
That's
Barnes
not looking
coming
so
on.
good.
Well, hang on, Armageddon. There we go. Yeah. Right. Delete previous statement. We might get a little bit later on, but you never know. It could always slide down the leg side.
It is a windy day as well, so that's in our favour. There we go. The sunshine's come out.
Well, I'll make up some science in a minute after we just described that shot from Georgia Davis. Yeah, lovely shot there. Just flighted up delivery from Barnes as she's just gone through with the shot there over mid-wicket. Really classy, elegant shot there from Georgia Davis. She hasn't peeled off too many boundaries. That might even be the first one. Good cricket shot. Yeah, with absolutely no scientific background at all. You often find that when there's rivers and stuff around grounds, that the clouds can follow. You often see the clouds sort of go past the Pegasus building there and slide round the back of the Botham stand.
Yeah, I like that from you.
Can't back that up with any science, Thorns. You know me, but
you know, quoted Peter Trigo.
Yeah, it's a nice thought that we'll get a full day's play in.
Yeah, I like the positivity.
Well, I'm sure if you look at the grander scheme of the day today, Somerset, take these last 4 wickets, knock them off, everyone gets home to watch the final later on. That's the perfect day if you're a Somerset fan.
Couldn't be better, could it? Watch them lift a trophy later. Job done.
And all of a sudden the sun has popped out. We're in the eye of the storm here at Taunton. It's looking beautiful out there at the moment. Olivia Barnes, who bowls quite a bit slower than the other spinners, but has shown some good signs of getting some decent spin out there. Nat Wraith on strike. Beautiful shot there. Excellently played through straight cover. Niamh Holland has done a lot of running, as Emma Corney says. She's going to have to get like some sort of Uber or e-bike or something out there.
She's got a GPS on though, so she'll be buzzing with the stats she's getting for the day.
Good stats back to the old trainers, definitely.
Interesting to see quite an attacking field here, still from Somerset. It's only 2 fielders out with Nat Wraith on strike, trying to, force her into doing something a bit extra here.
Yeah, I think this is the Nat Wraith you want to see. She's just played within herself. She has given away a couple of opportunities that she's got away with, but she hasn't been overly aggressive. She's played the situation, kept the ball on the ground for the most part of her knock. Hence why she's on 35 now and looking pretty dangerous. Good to chat to you, Corns. I'm going to take a little break. You're going to stay on because you're excellent.
Not sure about that.
And I'll see you later on.
Okay, goodbye. We've got another change of bowlers from this end. Chloe Skelton coming back on for her. How many overs has she bowled? Her 7th over of the day. Trying to take this 7th wicket and break this partnership that has reached 74 now.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, looking a little bit
snuck up, haven't they?
Looking a bit tricky for Somerset at the minute.
Yeah. And that's the thing about the Warwickshire lineup. They can all bat, and they often do all bat because they tend to lose wickets early doors.
Yeah, they've dug them out of a little bit of a hole here and turning into a bit of a competitive score for the Somerset girls to chase, I would say. Lots of pointing with Duello and the captain down here trying to get this field right. It'll be interesting to know what the plan is here. Is it get Nat Wraith off strike, try and put pressure on Georgia Davis, or is it right? We're going to finish this. And
who would you want to target?
I think by targeting Davis, you'll get both of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I think if you're starving that Wraith of the strike, I think you're going to see a mistake from her. She'll get frustrated and try and accelerate this game. So
I think that's a strong tactic. Yep. Skelton to continue. Nat Wraith indeed coming up and over, playing up and over. And that's 4 runs to Nat Wraith. I mentioned earlier I've seen a hit up and over at Edgbaston earlier in the season, and she really does like that ball dropped short. Peter mentioned that she may have been subject to perhaps giving catch chances, but low ones. But, there's no fielders up there when you're whacking it up over the top. 4 more runs to Warwickshire, who moved to 157 for 6. Thought about coming forward. Can only play that straight to Danny Gibson at cover. Is that Danny Gibson? Yes.
Potentially a bit of a change of gear here from Nat Wraith. Trying to.
What have you noticed?
Oh, she's looking a little bit more proactive.
Oh, yeah, she is.
Using her feet again.
Up and over. It's going to be caught. What a great catch from Molly Robbins. Wow. She had to cover quite a lot of ground there, diving forwards and sideways. Great catch. You mentioned that Nat Wraith had obviously got the bit between her teeth and decided to click another gear. Played what was a nice shot, and it should have been out of Molly Robbins's, but she got across there. Beautiful diving catch, saving the ball. Lovely roll afterwards. She's obviously been watching Charlie Dean practice.
Used her long leave as well there.
Yeah, she
reaching out. That is just what
Flying
the doctor
through the
ordered.
air. Ooh, lovely catch. So Warwickshire lose another wicket and are 157 for 7. It brings Hannah Hardwick to the crease. He's been plying her trade mostly at Worcestershire. And,
that is a big moment here.
Yeah, big moment.
I think that turns it just back in Somerset's favour. I feel like the momentum was swinging to Warwickshire. So I think they've got the opportunity here to keep them under 180. I think Somerset would be happy with that, because that partnership was starting to just get out of control there. Must have been 80-something in the end.
Yeah, it must have been. Must have been. I'm just looking at yes, it's all zeroed itself. But just to remind people watching and listening that what's at stake here is that Somerset won the toss. They put their opposition into bat because Somerset need to chase down whatever Warwickshire set. They need to chase it down in 40 overs to win a bonus point to have any chance of qualifying for semi-finals, which will be the middle of this week, as Hardwick takes her guard. Cooper Associates County Ground. She comes sort of forward, but just knocks that down in front of her, and there is no run.
Yeah, nice little pace this from Scouts. Bit of turn there, inviting her forwards.
Right arm over. She rocks back, but only succeeds in playing that straight to Captain Fantastic. Short. So that's the end of the over, and that's 36 overs gone. Warwickshire 157 for 7. Davis, I don't think that's not right. Hardwick are yet to get off the mark, and Davis on 25.
Can we have a little update from the Durham game?
Yeah, let's have a little update on that one.
So we're cheering on Durham today.
Yeah, we want, no, so just to be clear then, so Somerset need to win with a bonus point, and we also need Durham to win, but without a bonus point. So Surrey are 173 for 4 after 31 overs. So they are motoring ahead of this, because we're more or less we're a bit behind on the overs actually. At Chesterley Street, they're getting through them faster here. Whoops. Yeah, so it's just trying to throw his laptop at me as that goes in the air. It's another catch. Oh no, it was nearly a catch. Through her hands for 4. Oh, hands on heads here for Somerset. Catch goes down. Went in the air, and it looked like we were going to have a kind of almost mirror image of the last wicket as we get a replay of this. Wellington in from the luff end. Georgia Davis knocks it up and over at her colleague. Through the hands. Oh, agonising.
I think Ellie Anderson could have gone reverse cut there. Fingers up. She made it a little bit tricky for herself. It's got big on her.
But Somerset will be buoyed by the fact that they're getting catch chances, and that ball goes straight to Fran Wilson at point, and there is no run.
Frustrating though, you know, the attacking change, bringing Wello back on, creating that chance straight away.
You called it.
Could have been
Target
2 quick
Davis,
wickets.
Get Rafe. What's going to happen next? And Georgia Davis just watchfully dobs that down straight to point, and there is no run. But she's got all sorts of things in that bag of tricks, hasn't she? She's sort of, it's a whole mishmash, all sorts, licorice, all sorts. Here comes a bit more. Davis plays that into the pocket behind the cover fielder. Neve Holland comes in off the rope, and they get a single.
Yeah, I think Wellow's at her best when she's using her changes of pace. You know, it is quite a difference between a quicker one and, I'm going to say the slow one is a bit of a moon ball. And that it gets above the eye line and it drops that. It looks so inviting, but turns, bounce. So, yeah, tricky bowler to face.
She is wily, and she's moving the fielder behind Sophie Lough, right in her eye line. It's got the front edge, but not in the air. No risk there. Another dot ball as Wellington makes Captain Fantastic come tighter to the backing up batter, right into the eye line. Oh, the peel slightly muted. Not really convinced, I don't think. There's more to scare the batter potentially. It's the end of the over. 37 overs gone. Warwickshire 162 for 7. Hardwick yet to get off the mark, and Davis on 30.
And I think there we see Wellow as well, moving her field, moving Sophie Lough tighter to the wicket and Ellie Anderson at mid-on a bit wider. I think she uses the spaces in the pitch, like as well as her changes of pace and her different tactics with her bowling, because she's saying, go on, try and hit me through mid-on, hit against the turn. And we've seen there a few, a couple outside edges, hit on the outside of the pad. So whether she's changing what she's doing with the ball or not, she's always thinking, she's playing mind games with you with the field.
Because I think people who don't, who haven't watched her play or listened to her mic'd up wouldn't necessarily know that she's having that level of thought about it. But I think she is. I think part of the bravado is, I'm the fizzy, exciting entertainer, which she is also, but I think there's a lot deeper there, like you say, using the spaces, etc.
Yeah, she just gets in your head and you think, oh, maybe I could do this, but she wants you to do that.
Several steps ahead in the chess game, do you reckon?
Yeah, so she is clever with her field placing.
She is. Davis just nibbles at that one, and it goes running away from us, far side to us. There's a chase on, but the ball gets there. 4 runs to Georgia Davis off the bowling of Chloe Skelton. Warwickshire move to 166 for 7.
I think Somerset need to take this 8th wicket quickly here. Don't want this partnership.
I think this is key, this partnership, actually, looking at the folks coming in afterwards. Can't get hold of that one, and there is no run.
I think Georgia Davis scored a half century in the reverse fixture earlier in the year.
Yeah, she got 50 off 51 balls, including a 6, but coming in at number 10. So Somerset will not want to see her bat for a long, as that's played into the offside. They get through for what was an easy single, though there was a bit of a shy at the stumps. Yes, Somerset won't want Davis to get going. She's on 30 off the 61 balls she's faced. So patient innings from the Warwickshire captain here. Skelton comes in again, and that's just defended down by Hannah Hardwick. She's yet to get off the mark. We've talked about sometimes when you've played shorter form cricket, it's easy to forget that there's a lot more time and deliveries in the game. You don't want to be boring, but sometimes it is that, and I suspect that Georgia Davis has kind of taken that well. There's plenty of deliveries left to score here.
Yeah, definitely, because if she can look at this and, if they can go at 3 and over for the next 7, that's another 21, and then for the last 5 they can go for it. All of a sudden, 200 is looking a feasible total if they can keep ticking away like this.
I think that'll be what Georgia Davis no doubt is eyeing as she faces Amanda Jade Wellington, Australian import for Somerset. Davis very watchful, just defends that down. She must be great to be around, though, in terms of energy. I mean, if you could bottle the energy of Amanda Jade Wellington, you could make a fortune, couldn't you?
She is the ultimate cricket badger, full of energy, loves the game. Whenever we're not playing, she's watching another game. Yeah, she loves it. Full of knowledge.
Multi-screening as well, like she's watching several.
Definitely, especially if the IPL's on. She'll be watching international games, the IPL at all hours of the day. So, yeah, I've never known anyone to watch so much cricket.
Which will help with the kind of three-dimensional chess that's obviously going on ahead in terms of, you mentioned about manipulating the spaces that are available, trying to get into the batter's head, trying to tempt them into doing something they really don't want to do. Georgia Davis comes forward, and there's an appeal, but it sounded batty to me. But
it sounded woody.
The batter is between us and the. Can't quite see. Still a lusty shout. As Wellington was put through that point gap that Georgia Davis has been quite keen on. They get a single. It's a big boundary out to our right from here.
So you can see here that we haven't got a square leg, and you would always think against any spinner, you're probably going to have a square leg in.
Short boundary.
Yeah, definitely. Short side, but that's just another way of her tempting you in, going, go on, try and go back. And try and go against the turn.
Yeah, she also knows Hannah Hardwick is not... Oh, she's not staying long. She's caught at point by Fran Wilson. So that's tempted. So we think that was a tactic, do we?
Yeah, I reckon she'd moved her long on a little bit wider to pretty much a cow. Leaving that space down the ground open, which Hannah Hardwick has tried to... hit straight back over Amanda Jade Wellington's head and against the turn. Tricky shot to play straight up.
Yeah, and Hannah Hardwick, lots to learn. She's playing mostly at Worcestershire in Tier 2. And it is that temptation. It's a short boundary. There's no fielder there. If I put this here, you're going to give me an outside edge, and then you're going to get caught. So Warwickshire are 8 wickets down for 168 runs. And we've got Hannah Baker coming into the crease. England under 19 previously. To bat with her captain, Georgia Davis, is on 36.
Big opportunity here for Somerset just to finish the game off.
Yeah, I mean, Peter Trigo was calling earlier that he wanted Warwickshire all out for 180. He might get his wish here. Although, as I mentioned, they can't all bat, so we shall see. Has Hannah Baker bought her batting boots with her? Number 3 on her back. Now back to us. Skelton to continue from the Marcus Trescothick end. There's some discussions, as you mentioned earlier. Wellington, Luff and Skelton.
Yeah, field has spread here. We've got a long on, long off. Deep cover, deep mid-wicket out. So I think the plan is give Georgia Davis the one here.
Okay.
And that's bowl at Hannah Baker.
Oh, it's a bit of a refusal. They're fancying bowling at Hannah Baker. Okay. Oh, up in the air. It's dropping in front of Sophie Luff, but it's going to be run out. And the trap worked. Georgia Davis frustrated with herself. So it wasn't caught, but it was run out. That was one way or the other. They were going to get the Warwickshire Bears captain there. And Peter Trigo's psychic link to Sophie Luff has worked again. He might get his wish of getting Warwickshire all out for 180. So Warwickshire are 168 for 8.
Georgia Davis has dug in well there. What's that? Yeah. 36 off 69, I think. Came in at when they were in a tough patch, and she has helped her team up to a competitive enough score here. That really important partnership with Nat Wraith, and yeah, I think those innings are ones that can go under the radar, but without her, Nat Wraith wouldn't have been able to do what she did. So yeah, I think she could be proud of the way she dug in there.
And that's important, isn't it? We were talking earlier about Davina Perrin, who's on the bench, but in eliminator in the 100, getting that enormous score, but perhaps Alice Davison-Richards, the other end, is under-recognised because you've got to get a big innings like that, you have to have somebody at the other end content to just rotate the strike and get you on strike. And like Kate Cross says, when you're on, you're on. You know, you realise when you're batting with somebody who's just seeing the ball like it's enormous. Let them get on strike. Oh, it's a big appeal. That was a bit batty as well. Somerset are up for this now. Sensing the end is nigh for Warwickshire. Skelton again. Played into the pocket on that short side, but it's going to be stopped coming off the boundary. One more to the total. Warwickshire, what can they eke this out to? Phoebe Brett. And this last stand here. Phoebe Brett, another player who's been playing at Worcestershire most of the season. Nurdles that. They think about a run, but I think that's quite wisely just... These two just need to get their eye in if Warwickshire are going to get much past this score here. Cooper Associates County Grounds, listening to the voice of Claire Jenkins and Emily Mundy. Corney. That's played up and over the short fielder. You get a single. Warwickshire move to 170 for 9. Played straight to the fielder and there is no run. It's at the end of another over. It is indeed. 40 overs gone. Warwickshire 170 for 9. Baker on 1 and Brett on 1.
I think Amanda Jade Wellington will be trying to finish it off this over. I reckon she's going to bowl quite slow, take the pace off, entice them forward. I think we'll probably see quite an attacking field again. Get that slip in.
Yeah, there's much discussion going on. So, Emma Corney, what are you looking forward to most when that season starts next year? Is that what they've said to you? Is the next season now?
Fingers crossed if all goes well.
Yeah. So what is it that's
I think just
missed the most?
Just being out on the park for Somerset with your friends, trying to put on a show for the fans.
Yeah, that's worked backward of square. It's rolling away. There is no fielder there. Trigo had a fielder there. You're going to get 4 runs. So Brett will be having a confidence boost there. Didn't really get hold of it, but it ran away and there was no fielder to chase it. So another 4 to the total. But it might still be a trap. It might be you can get that, but the next ball you're
never
not
know
going to get this. Alex Griffiths goes back into sort of short gully. That's played upish, but into a gap by Phoebe Brett. Get through for a single.
Every run is so important here for Warwickshire.
175, but it's also important for Somerset because they've got to chase it down in 40 overs to get that bonus point to play themselves into the semi-finals. The Metro Bank One Day Cup. Ooh, through to the wicket keeper. That was exciting. What's in the well-oiled bag of tricks? One time over. Forwards and defended by Hannah Baker.
She's really taken the pace off here. It's very hard to keep it down when you're trying to play an attacking shot when there's so little pace on the ball.
Yeah. Rocks back and can only defend that straight down to Danny Gibson, who's a short cover. Not extra cover. Sophie Luff able to set a fairly aggressive field here in the batter's eye line. Oh, Baker is clean bowled by Amanda Jade Wellington, and that is the end of the Warwickshire innings. So Warwickshire finish 175 all out, and Somerset are going to be pleased with themselves. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think they'll be happy with that. I think at the start of the day, if you said, they bowl them out for 175, you'd be delighted. I think maybe a little bit disappointed, a few missed chances, especially when they had them, 74 for 6, was it? But
3 wickets in a power play, so
yeah. So, yeah, I think happy in some ways, disappointed in another, but I think a very good score for them to chase, especially when looking for that bonus point.
Got to do it in 40 overs. So in terms of the bowling, it was very well spread out, actually. So Anderson, Barnes, Skelton and Wellington all finished with 2 wickets each. So Ellie Anderson was 30 for 2, and Barnes was 49 for 2. Skelton was 33 for 2, and Wellington 28 for 2. In terms of the batting, well, Meg Austin was caught by Anderson off the bowling of Robbins for 21. Beth Ellis didn't stay long. She was caught and bowled by Ellie Anderson, formerly of the Warwickshire parish. Surin Kumar went for 34. Sophie Beach only got a 1. Abby Freeborn got an 11, but stuck around for a bit, 30 balls. Nat Wraith was a good 39. Izzy Wong was out for a duck. Georgia Davis was 36 and trying to be patient before she was run out. And Hannah Hardwick didn't score, but Hannah Baker got 1 and Phoebe Brett got 6, which was a useful boundary. But yes, not a huge total, but these things can be deceptive, can't they? And also, if there is any weather around, that might also mess with some of those. Any last thoughts then?
I think the start for Somerset is really important. That power play really sets it up to try and build on that, especially when looking for the bonus point. But I think the girls will be happy with the bowling performance, so just got to do the job with the bat.
Yeah, so just to remind people, Somerset now need to chase this down in 40 overs to get a win with a bonus point. They also need Durham to beat Surrey but without a bonus point. So I think that's more or less where we are. So we're going to take a little bit of a break now. You've been listening to the voices of Claire Jenkins, former Somerset player, Emma Corney, Peter Trigo and Ed Seaborn. But we will be back after a break for lunch. Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground here at Taunton. And the news is that during the first half, that Warwickshire got to 176 but were all out and did that fatal thing of not using all the deliveries that were assigned, so they were all out earlier than they should have been. So Somerset now, the task in hand is they have to win the game with a bonus point. So they have to win this total by 40.1 overs. And meanwhile, Warwickshire will want to frustrate them. And I think I'm getting news from Captain Morgan Barrell that they would need to frustrate them and get them all out for 140, which hopefully for Somerset fans will be an unlikely thing. You listen to the voice of Claire Jenkins, former Somerset player, and Ed Seaborn. And you will also hear the voices of Peter Trigo and Emma Corney, hopefully. We'll be back to give us a bit of a chat. So what do you reckon then, Ed?
Well, I think Somerset have given themselves every chance of doing what they needed to. Everything's worked out, with the exception of the odd minor blemish in the field. Everything's worked out pretty much as they would have hoped for, really. They won the toss. They were able to insert Warwickshire, which was always going to be the best way of doing this, because they can control this chase in theory. They've just now got to go out and chase the fairly, you would think, meagre score that they've restricted Warwickshire to. But of course there is this factor of having to do it within a certain time to have any sort of a chance. Things looking pretty good for Surrey, it has to be said, up at Durham. So that's the one part of the equation that doesn't seem to be going so well, but that's not in their control. Izzy Wong to open the bowling. And starting off with a wide as Odgers and Holland, a Somerset opening pair, look to get Somerset off to a strong start. Bex Odgers has certainly been doing that on several occasions this season. I think she will go out and play a natural attacking game, and it's been really good to see Niamh Holland amongst the runs towards the end of that T20 campaign as well. A positive drive, but a good stop from a fielder at point. Amusa and Kumar.
So we've said that Somerset need to get this within 40 overs. The other piece of that puzzle is they are reliant on Durham beating Surrey up at Chesterley Street. Surrey are currently 250 for 4, and they haven't finished yet. Durham will have to get that within 40 overs if they get the bonus point. But Durham have to win without a bonus point for Somerset's stats to be right.
That should be 4 runs, just brushed round the corner by Odgers, and there's plenty enough pace from Izzy Wong to be able to use that and just tickle it away. There's no fine leg, as we've seen really throughout this game so far. We had a fine leg for a couple of deliveries, but Izzy Wong has a deep square, I guess in case she does want to bang it in short, even though we saw the new ball move for Somerset. Wong, being the nasty fasty that she is, she will want to use that short ball. But a little stray in line, and 5 on the board already. And a good leave from Odgers as well. So what I was thinking during the break also, a little bit of what ifs, but because Somerset, from a distance, when Durham have a look at their halfway stage, unless Somerset start off 10 for 3, heaven forbid. No. But Durham would look at that and think, well, to have any chance, actually, we've got to win with a bonus point, because Somerset look as though they've got a good chance of doing that. A little misfield, but it won't be costly. So already it's a stiff task to chase the score that Surrey look as though they're going to get. Never mind doing it with a bonus point. And then the issue probably becomes that they've got no incentive really to just bat out the overs, and so actually Surrey's task ends up getting easier because of the actual factors at play in that game. Flicked away in the air. There's nobody down in that area, and 4 more. So Bex Odgers getting a couple onto the leg side and using again that pace that's on offer. Wong just a little off with her line in this opening over, and Odgers has taken advantage.
But it's interesting that the pressure is definitely on. Well, it is. Somerset and Durham both need to win, and they're trying to best each other to get to this bonus point, which will but they impact on each other. And I think your point is right, really, Ed, is that almost Warwickshire being bowled out for what is a modest total will really, really have put the pressure on Durham now, because they're going to have to go out all guns blazing, which is then a very risky policy. So it's looking increasing like Surrey will end up in that last slot that these two are vying for.
Fine leg in place now, and that somehow gets past leg stump. Hodges will keep the strike. So fine leg actually in play straight away, although perhaps not exactly how Warwickshire would have expected it to be, but one way or another it's a good start for Somerset with 10 off the first over. And almost actually thinking about it, what probably needed to happen in that other game was that Durham batted first.
Yeah.
Because the bonus point then, that factor is why Surrey looks, apart from the fact they've got a big score, why Surrey looks so likely to do the business now, because of that bonus point business. If it's the other way round over there, then actually it's quite different. But anyway, this was always going to be the thing, wasn't it? That any time you've got two teams who can both qualify and it's not where you're not one of those teams.
Yeah.
You always feel as though the likelihood is that it's going to be decided between one of those two teams. But you never know.
So, a bit of spin, left arm around from Warwickshire. This is Brett coming in, left arm around. And that's forwards, played straight to the fielder, and there is no run. Straight to the fielder again on the 25-yard circle. In the men's game, it's a 30-yard circle, but in the women's game, it's a 25-yard circle. The numbers inside out are different. In the women's game, they're only allowed 2 outside of that 25-yard circle in the power play. As that's defended again by Bex Hodges. It's a very dancey run up for this spin bowling. That's worked into the gap through covers. It's going off towards the boundary. It is indeed 4 runs to Bex Hodges. So Phoebe Brett has a first boundary taken off her bowling.
It's a lovely shot from Hodges. She does have a really strong base, and she's able to go offside and leg side. Really fluent drive there. Warwickshire deciding to open the bowling with spin. It could well work.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking we did see some swing for Somerset.
Yeah. Brett in again, and that's defended. Well, Brett had she got a contract with Birmingham Phoenix this summer. Took a 3-for against Trent Rockets.
Yeah, it's been a big summer for her, hasn't it?
Yeah, and she was injured in the first game she played. She got the ball back on the hand, and then but fortunately wasn't a lasting injury. And yes, and she got the 3-for against Trent Rockets. So much is thought of young Phoebe Brett, who's at England under-19. So that's the end of the over. She's another product of the Worcestershire stables, as it were.
Yeah,
that's
born
good.
in Worcester.
Yeah, lots of Worcesters. So that's the end of the over. 2 overs gone. Somerset are 14 without loss.
Holland will finally get to face a ball.
Or
quite wisely just having a look at it, really. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing, particularly with slow left-arm spinners. There always seems to be a left-arm spinner making their debut professionally every year in the English system that isn't old enough to buy a drink.
Great point.
Courtine, Coleman, Smale.
Yeah, yeah.
Thinking a bit further back as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very neatly played from Holland. That's a beautiful shot, especially knowing that that short boundary's there, just using the pace. And because Warwickshire have decided to put that fine leg in place, that then opens up the possibility, especially with no slip, just a little run away.
Nicely played, wasn't it? Down first, so no risk.
There's another way you can use that short boundary. They've gone with this close, wide gully rather than slip. I'd imagine off the fuller length, you probably do have, as we saw from the boundary, you do have a little bit less in terms of concern about playing with the outside edge. You sort of think the gully must be there more for the one that's either back of a length and catches higher up on the bat, or as you're going harder at it, you're driving. Oh, that's flown through. And Nat Wraith, you can imagine the force that must have hit her
off the ground.
Gloves with. Yeah. Really good carry. There is still a green tinge to this pitch, and I think it's played really well, actually. And you look at the score and think 175 all out, but I think we did see that when batters were able to play their shots, that actually there is some pace in it.
Some very good bowling from Somerset.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? Tight fielding.
But I think there's also, I think there's something in this for everybody from what I've seen so far, and there is the thing with that field. And back of a length you get a little fine edge, and actually maybe even a first slip might have been wide. Let's have another look, but either way, sort of what I was saying really, you can play with the outside edge. I know it's not exactly where Holland meant that to go, but equally she's probably thinking, well, I'm going to have to try pretty hard to pick out gully, and the reward is 4, because as soon as it gets past, it's going to be a boundary.
Which you said they did have, well, it almost looked like a long fly slip, but a deep third, let's say, early on, but they seem to have taken it out in favour of the long fine leg on the boundary opposite us.
Just a bit of lift, but nothing doing off the final ball of the third over. But again, 2 boundaries in the over, and this is exactly what Somerset will be after. I think, of course, we'll want it to go on for a bit longer, but get off to a positive start, effectively chasing 176 in 40 overs-ish.
Yeah.
Good start and break the back of it.
Neve Holland got 78 in that abandoned game against Essex, which was the top score. So, like you say, you were talking about what ifs. That was the kind of if they'd finished that game off with Essex and got a bonus point, etc. That might have been very different.
It was a shame that Holland knock obviously didn't quite go for 0 because it went for 2 points, but in terms of the win, did.
Odgers facing Phoebe Brett. I love this dancey run-up that Phoebe Brett has. There's a whiff of Alex Hartley in there, definitely. So that's played straight to Surin Kumar at point, and there is no run. Because Neve Holland, who's at the other end at the moment, but she's been over at Glamorgan. We were talking about loans earlier, hasn't she? She's been getting some runs for Glamorgan as comes in again, and that's played down. There is no run.
In fact, these are 2 wildcard picks, I think. They're not going head-to-head. Brett versus Odgers in the 100.
Yeah.
Example of what can happen.
Yeah, late drafts in, as that's another dot. Are we going to have a maiden? Mike Turner will be very happy about that. But, he's in the score box with his mate, Chris Drew. That's another dot. Ooh. Come on then, Mike. Chris, we're gonna have a maiden here. Left arm around, spinning. Oh no, we're going to get runs off this ball. Surin Kumar has to do some running. They get a single, and I'll leave it at that. So just the one then off that over. That was a tight over there from Phoebe Brett. And the score moves on to 23 without loss, and that's 4 overs gone. 10 overs in the only power play in the women's game. So what can they, how fast can they get this? They need to get it in 40.1. 40 overs and a ball to get that bonus point. But of course all will be in vain if Durham don't win.
One thing I meant to ask Emma
Yes.
Corney before
She
she left at lunch, but
Yeah.
I'm sure I can ask her this when she comes back, is, you know, they get Duckworth-Lewis sheets for the rain.
Oh yeah.
Do they get Duckworth-Lewis sheets and then another one for the bonus point?
Oh my goodness me.
Striking Hodges on the pad. No ability to scramble through for a leg bye. Because you'd have thought that would actually be almost what
Yeah, you
Somerset would be using. You know, forget the actual Duckworth-Lewis sheet. It's more about a bonus point DLS that they'd have to be after. We need 10 overs for a game, and at the moment it looks as though we should get those and more in, even if we do catch a shower. But Somerset will surely know what the numbers are after 10.
Because they have to print them off, don't they? Because they are very specific to the actual situation of the game.
Yeah, and you know, the DLS is on the board here, which I think
which helps.
would be the case for most
which is
first-class
at 8,
venues
which is
now,
sat
but
at
you wouldn't
8
get that
at the moment.
everywhere.
No, or it might not be updated as well as it is here potentially as well.
Oh, there's another edge, and this will be 4 more. We'll catch that. Quick down towards the Hildreth stand. And it's a genuine edge, and they've gone with that wide gully. They've now taken the wide gully out and gone to a deep third, short fine, leg deep backward square. And none of the options seem to involve a more conventional slip. And you sort of think, and again, that may have gone to second, but I just think sometimes you can overcomplicate it a bit.
Are you trying to get a catcher, or are you trying to sweep it? And this feels like sort of part way in between, doesn't it? The challenge you've got when someone's bowling at the pace that Izzy Wong can bowl at is if you get you only need a little edge, or even a complete miss to do well out of a wide ball. But,
and it can go in quite a lot of places as well.
Yes.
You know, if you've got somebody bowling a little bit lower pace, then I guess
your psychic link to Davis has just brought a slip in. So
problem is now it's probably going to be
late.
inside edge for 4 through fine leg, as we've seen once already. Oh, probably not going to get a nick to slip short and wide there. It's been an adventurous 19 from Hodges, but this is what she can do. I know that not all of the runs have come off the middle of the bat, but what's been so exciting about her is that she comes out and looks to put the opposition attack under pressure. And that's something that will always be valuable at the top of an order.
Stop.
That's a good piece of fielding at extra cover. It's Meg Austin.
Yep, throwing herself around. Yeah, Odd just got that 60 off 74 balls in the win against Durham, didn't she? So yeah,
that was her first game.
And we've seen her in previous seasons, haven't we, as well? Smack the ball around, I think.
Yeah, they're not
back end of last season.
She has not completely come from nowhere this season, but it's nicely played by Holland. They'll get 1. Shouldn't be 2 there, and won't be. Surin Kumar quickly back up to her feet. But she has been, in terms of a find, I would say, she has been the one, because I think pretty much everybody, well, maybe her and Olivia Barnes as well, I think they've found a left-arm spin option that they were, I'm sure, looking for, because you've got Wellington, okay, turning the ball away from the right-hander, but every side wants that possibility of a left-arm spinner. And I think Barnes has shown, she's still young, she's still learning, but there's plenty there to work with. But Hodges, Yeah, there was a bit of a question mark once Heather Knight left. Where are these runs going to come from? There's a lot of reliance on Luff and Wilson. You'd think maybe, but the way that Odgers has come in and scored, actually she has taken some of that pressure off those two.
Neve Holland to face Phoebe Brett. It's played down first. It's cut off on the circle, and there is no run. Phoebe Brett starting for a few paces behind the umpire. Swinging arms. Oh, and that's another beautiful shot through the covers for 4 from Neve Holland. That's the gap there, dropping that too short. Phoebe Brett, and it's 4 through the covers for Neve Holland.
Well, you may have just heard a little cheer there, and I think that is because Somerset's men have qualified for the final. The equation now I've got is 25 from 4, but I'm not sure that includes a wicket that's just been taken, so I think it's pretty close to
tell us when it's done.
being official. Well, there was. I'm just explaining why there was a loud cheer downstairs.
Yes,
Honestly,
it's a dot ball. If anybody's interested. So it's nearly done for Somerset.
Yeah, no, it is. It's 25 from 3. I thought it was. They just hadn't added the ball on yet.
Yes, which is why there's yelping, which is what you were explaining. I'm only taking the mickey. That's through that gap again. There's a chase on. I think, are they really down? It's going to stop, I think. They have. They've stopped it. There's 3 of them running after that one. They did manage to cut that off.
The only problem was, were they going to run 4? But actually, they've ended up getting 3.
Ah, few. I mean, from Somerset point of view, few. But, it looked like it was just going to stop before the rope. And just getting a review of that. Yeah, it's a good stop. Good run now. I think is that Hannah Baker at the front? Yeah, Hannah Baker at the front. Putting it all on the line for Warwickshire as Brett continues. And let's play down first, straight back to the bowler. And there is no run.
So it is all officially over. Somerset's men into the T20 Blast final. So I suppose we should welcome maybe some extra viewers
yes,
to
here come the extra viewers.
This game, getting your fix in between the semi-final and the final. And again, to recap for those who may be joining us recently, Somerset looking to qualify for the semi-finals of the Women's One Day Cup. They need to win this game. They need to chase down the 176 that they need to win within 40 overs and a ball in order to have a chance. They also need Surrey to lose up at Chesterley Street, but not lose too badly. I think we'll keep it as simple as that.
Yeah,
for now.
That's easier. I explained it very badly before. But 6 overs gone here. Still in the power play at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset are 36 without loss. Odgers on 19 and Holland on 16. So they're going matchy-matchy, these openers. And the captain is bringing herself on from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Georgia Davis, 64 on her back. Right arm over, more spin.
Oh, that's backwards. An outside edge, but it's going to work out. The outfield's been quick enough today, and this one also will creep over the boundary. They've been positive so far, Odgers and Holland. Not all of the runs have come out of the middle of the bat, but they continue to move this board along at a very pleasing rate if you're Somerset. And at the very least, Somerset will want to win their last game of the season, if it is to be that. And also, when you think in terms of seeing Trevor Griffin off with a win as well, who having given so much to women's cricket in the Southwest through both eras of Western Storm and, of course, in this first year with Somerset's women, I'm sure the group would want to see him off in the right way, and so far they've gone about it in exactly the right way. Warwickshire not absolutely at full strength with some of the players that are out of their lineup, but equally so far Somerset have shown that they are in the driver's seat. Slip goes in place, and the ball goes through the offside off the middle of the bat for 4. It's just one of those days a little bit for Georgia Davis. She's made several field changes. Almost seemingly as soon as the field has been changed, the ball's gone somewhere else. And of course that time, Holland executes the cut perfectly.
Loosen it outside of off, so it was a tempter.
Slips past the edge there. I'm still a little bit surprised, I've got to say, at how quickly Warwickshire have gone to spin here. I know that worked pretty well for Somerset in the middle part of their innings, but it was the seamers that set the tone, and I know well, that's going to be 4 more.
Same shot, same result.
And really targeting that offside boundary, and even with some of the edges, I guess what you could say is that Warwickshire have been really quite wide in these first 7 overs, particularly from this Trescothick Pavilion end, and you certainly do not want to be doing that with such a short boundary. As soon as it gets between those 2 fielders, it's 4. Played it so late, watched it, placed it into the gap, and 3 boundaries in the over. So Georgia Davis makes the bowling change and then goes for 3 boundaries herself, and 48 without loss. We've only had 7 overs.
Yes, tough times for Warwickshire here. As Brett, swingy arm action. Another dot ball. She's collecting dots here, is Phoebe Brett. There's obviously much thought of. As you say, she was brought in last minute wild card to Birmingham Phoenix, and she's bowling well here. It's up in the air though. It's going to be into a gap. 4 runs. So another 4 to the total. Somerset, have they got their 50? Just putting the monitor back on for us. 52 indeed for no loss are Somerset. So they've got their 50 up. And Rogers continues. Brett. That's knocked down underneath the backing up batter, but there's no run on that occasion. So picking up dots, but then that 4 has just spoilt her figures there, Phoebe Brett. Left arm around. That's played into the offside. Sort of point cordon there, cut that off. Hannah Hardwick and Amisun Kumar. We might see with ball in hand, perhaps Surin Kumar. That's medium pace later. Past the edge of the bat. And there is no run. She's doing well with the dot percentage. Phoebe Brett here. Odgers plays that down, past the bowler, thinks about a run and then thinks better of it. So it's the end of the over. The other thing is to get through quick overs, don't they, with the short run-ups. So that's 8 overs gone. Somerset are 52 without loss. Odgers on 23 and Holland on 28. Well ahead of the Duckworth Lewis Stern, which is 15 at the moment. So as you say, they're going away. But it's those edges and those fast going down the hill to the luff end. Some of them meant and some of them perhaps not so meant. But they've got 4, haven't they, for those boundaries that have gone very straight.
Yep. And it is, see it time and time again at this venue as well. It's so hard to defend once you're not off a certain line and length. And again, as much as we're saying, it hasn't all been down to absolutely firmly executed stroke play. If you are presenting that width, it's a really tricky ground to defend, especially with that shorter boundary. That's been hammered out through the covers, and 4. What a wonderful shot that is from Niamh Holland, stepping into the ball. And there's not a great deal of turn with this newer ball. It just doesn't really seem to be gripping yet on this still fairly green surface. And Holland is just able to trust really the line of the ball and has to keep that one out because that's a good one. But as soon as she sees that it's there, there's no hesitation, and it just must give a lot of confidence to those coming in, really, because at the moment just looks like a nice situation if you're due in next or in four or whatever. It's a sort of situation that you'd want to come out and bat, even if it is possibly going to be your last innings of the season. It feels like it's being set up really well by these two in terms of how they're going to come out. And again, just a little edge, but it's perfectly deliberate that time. Decide not to come back for two, but there's not really much need to be pushing the envelope as far as second runs. They might be having a little chat about whether to take a second next time, but they're finding enough boundaries that they're taking all the pressure off themselves, really.
There's no need to risk yet, is there? I mean, 40 overs is a long way off at the moment.
And actually, you'd probably rather that these two really got greedy rather than thinking, okay, there's, what is it now, 7 balls left in the power play. Let's really try and, you know, be 70 without loss after 10 overs. They don't have to think that way because they're so far ahead of the rate. Actually, the only way there's any jeopardy on Somerset either winning or winning by enough for the extra point is if they lose wickets. So these two have got the opportunity to build a strong 50-over innings, and actually we did see that a couple of times in the Warwickshire innings as well, not wishing to pick on them, but both Austin, who made 21, and Surin Kumar, who made 34, they were looking pretty good before they got out, but both were out really trying to smash the cover off the ball. And I don't think, as we've seen from the way that Holland and Odgers have played here, actually you can just, there is enough pace in this surface just to use it.
And that may be just a bit of naivety, potentially, from the younger players. But, yes, we shall see. So I did mention that we might have a change of bowling. But Surin Kumar is going to be a right arm over medium pace. Nice bowling action. I think you're going to enjoy this if it's the first time you've seen it. Can only be clapped down straight to the fielder, and there is no run.
Yeah, it should be quite skiddy.
Yeah.
Surin Kumar and the keeper up to the stumps
Yeah.
straight away as well, just
Good
stopping the advance and getting to the pitch of the ball, take away the movement out.
Yeah. Surin Kumar in again, spearing it into the batter's feet. It's a good point you make about difficult ground to defend, isn't it? Because we saw Sophie Luff with a pretty aggressive field. Georgia Davis is trying to put fielders in the batter's eye line, short cover and short mid wicket. But of course, once you put fielders there, you have to sacrifice them somewhere else. And those long fielders perhaps straight through to the wicketkeeper. Yeah. Are you aggressive in front of the bat or behind the bat? And you kind of need both, but you can't have both.
Yeah, and I think the difference is twofold, isn't it? One, you've got more pace on the ball now. So, you know, and you've got also two more powerful batters probably. And also, I guess they know that they can take a risk or two.
Yeah. It's worked into the leg side as a bit of a shy, but it's a bit of a loose throw there.
Whereas really, Sophie Luff was able to put those really straight extra covers and mid-wickets, knowing that defence was probably going to be the option against Wellington, and Hardwick especially thought, well, I'm just going to be prodding dot after dot after dot if I play into this field, try to go for the big shot, and that's when Wellington gets you.
That's defended again. Almost on the full toss there from Surin Kumar. He's been getting a good drop just in front of the batter. That was a slightly looser one, but still defended straight back to the fielder, and there is no run. Just the one off the over so far for Surin Kumar. What's she got for the last ball of this over and the last ball of the power play? into leg side. There is a fielder there, comes off the rope and sends that back in again. So just get the 1 then. So that's the end of the power play, the end of 10 overs. The fielding restrictions involving the 25-yard circle in the women's game are now relaxed. They can have more than 2 fielders outside of that. Somerset are 59 without loss, and Odgers is 24, Holland 34, looking more confident as time goes on. And Warwickshire, what can their response be?
Yeah, and they've got this run rate for the bonus points even now down below 4, so their pressure has certainly, if there was enormous amounts, it has been eased by the quality of this start. And we're going to see Hannah Baker, always exciting to watch. Hannah Baker bowl, young leg spinner, already taking lots of wickets in whatever competition she plays.
Yeah.
That 100 or a huge part of Warwickshire's success in the
grown up
blast into that final.
Through the regional setup.
Oh, some bounce there.
Odgers looks a bit dismayed.
She's bowling from the other end, from Wellington. Wellington's just seen that ball and thought, oh, I'd have liked to have had to go from the Trescothick Pavilion end. That's a good bit of work from Odgers there after seeing that last one. Just find a gap and get off strike.
You mentioned about spin, but most of the attack today, other than Izzy Wong and Amisun and Kumar, is going to be some form of spin, I suspect, from Warwickshire.
Hardwick, I guess.
Yeah, a bit of Hardwick.
More width, and Holland knows what to do with that. It's flashed away. She got more than enough bat on that, and again, because of the field setting, she can pretty much just have a free swing, and she knows she's going to have to get a fine edge to pick out slip, and then anything more than that is likely to race away. So it's an 8th boundary already for Niamh Holland. We're only in the 11th over.
Not even Bethan Ellis could stop that one, and I'm not quite sure where you put it, really. Georgia Davis just moving her to more of a 45 than a backward point.
That's a good follow-up. And it just slides on, because Holland is in the frame of mind of having quite a lot of width, and maybe just sometimes you set yourself up for it thinking you're going to get it because you've had it plenty, but then that one that just skids through could have been nasty. Oh, that does get through. That's a fine piece of bowling from Hannah Baker, and that is what she can do. Holland, nothing more than just a defensive shot. You couldn't say she was opening herself up there and hunting the boundary. That is just a cracking delivery, and what was an excellent opening stand between Odgers and Holland is at an end. Bit of a gap there between bat and pad for the ball to sneak through. She wasn't exactly sure how much that was going to turn. And top of the stumps as well. Great length from Baker. She couldn't get that stride in to be able to smother the spin if there were spin. And the ball sneaking through, but a really more than useful innings from Holland. 38 from only 29 balls. Has got Somerset off to the flyer that they wanted.
Yeah, ideal start. We're going to see some Captain Fantastic. Sophie Love to the crease. Somerset legend also.
Characteristic march to the crease.
Yes.
Always business like the head sort of leans forward, and
yeah, that's it.
And the glove goes pumping away to the side, and she's on the move. But she won't be on strike straight away, because that was the last ball of the 11th.
Somerset 64 for just that one that we've just seen. And Surin Kumar to continue from the Lough end, the river end, the Botham stand end, many names. Surun Kumar. Right arm over, a bit of pace. Carved, backward of point. That's going to be 4 runs to Bex Odgers. Another boundary. You mentioned how many boundaries you got. Another boundary for Bex Odgers. Off the bowling of Surun Kumar.
More width, isn't it? We've seen it a bit less from that end, but Odgers just, again, doing what Holland was doing, just waiting for it last possible moment, and again, it shows it's a good pitch.
Yeah, Hannah Hardwick is not quite sure where should have a job to. It's going at some pace as Surun Kumar comes in again. That's played down defensively, and Abby Freeborn does the long barrier and collects the ball. Dot ball.
And it's even impossible to say whether the ball's doing less for Warwickshire than it was for Somerset. Another reason why Somerset would have wanted to win the toss and bowl first, that chance to get it swinging up front, 10:30 start in September, but they haven't really bowled any swing.
No. So that's played into the leg side, but straight to Bethany Ellis at short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
You know, by the time they've brought Surun Kumar on, the swing will mostly have gone. They decided to go with a lot of spin in the power play, and I think Izzy Wong at her pace, even she did get some swing. It was just that they couldn't really find the right field for her.
No, and that's in the air. It's gone for 6. Wow, 6 runs, flat 6 almost, backward of square. Lifted that ball, the pace of Surun Kumar, and that's been lifted for 4 backward of square, 6 backward of square, into the seats then, and they're to go into the stand.
She does remind me so much of Lizelle Lee in a lot of the shots that she
wow.
plays. Bex Odgers, that swing there, but also the cut shot previously. You think of the way that Lizelle Lee bats, you just create that really strong base, and then you've got so many options, but she can still then just step into it enough for the drive, as we saw with one of, I think it was the first boundary she hit, wasn't it? It was an extra cover drive.
Yeah, with a couple of cover drives as Surun Kumar comes in again. What's the response? Good response, good length, and that's just defended down by Bex Odgers. Lizelle Lee, yes, she's playing now cricket down at Hobart now. I think she's taken Australian citizenship, maybe wrong. And she's also started her umpiring journey. As
Is that right?
Lee. Yes,
okay.
She's doing some junior stuff and rising up the ranks there, no doubt. That'll be fascinating to see how that goes as Surun Kumar comes in. Carved outside, but straight to Hannah Hardwick at point. That was a good bit of field positioning because it came quite keenly, but straight to Hannah Hardwick there at backward point, and that's the end of the over. That's 12 overs gone. Somerset 74 for 1. Odgers on 35. Love to yet got off the mark. DLS is 33 if anyone's interested, so double the par score, as it were. But the point that Ed was making earlier was as soon as you start losing wickets, that jumps up because it's about how many resources you've got in the hutch still to use.
Yep. And again, you're almost thinking, whilst it seems to be fine at the moment, you're almost thinking more in terms of
get it done.
Is that enough for the bonus point with the DLS? You do need that bonus point DLS sheet, basically. But anyway, at this stage, I think it's safe to say that Somerset are a long way ahead of the game.
Yeah.
Odgers was looking for the single for a skipper to
skipper
get herself underway, but actually it was
sure.
Sophie Luff who turned down the scampered single. But
she loves a scamper. Captain Fantastic, she loves a scamper.
Oh, that's a good delivery and gone, LBW. And Hannah Baker has a double strike, and just a question now being asked of Somerset's middle order. Sophie Luff gets one again that didn't seem to turn a great deal, but just slides towards the pad, and there wasn't too much hesitation with that one. Somerset 74 for 2.
We get a replay here. Just floating one, wasn't it, really? It's in front of the stumps.
Look to have just straightened enough, really. And certainly height isn't a question. You can tell that from the side-on angle. So a rare globe for Sophie Luff, who, as we mentioned, got 100 in the reverse fixture up at Edgbaston, but out comes Fran Wilson, so
she
more
got
experience.
Nelson, 111 not out. In that win against Warwickshire. She got 74 against Hampshire. But, traditionally, Somerset and their previous iterations have relied on Captain Fantastic to anchor the innings. And often batting with Fran Wilson, who's joined us now.
Yeah.
Joining Odgers in the middle.
So just for the first time, really, I know that Davis-Wraith partnership would have asked a bit of a question, but just a little bit of calculating having to be done in terms of how Somerset want to go about this now. And also losing a couple of wickets, just maybe does that affect how Bex Odgers is playing? Some of that freedom go. That's a nice paddle from Fran Wilson, should bring her a couple. Surin Kumar is more of a deep square, really. Long boundary, so it's never going to be 4, but it's a nice option for Fran Wilson to get herself underway. And you would think paddle, scoop, whatever, it's usually fairly high up Fran Wilson's list of ways to get her innings going.
Hannah Baker tries to tempt her. Sort of ball just dropping in front of her. So Somerset need a bit of Fran Wilson's experience here and a bit of calm head.
100 to win. It'll be less than that now. Might not be able to get to this time, or no, they will do. A little bit of hesitation, but it's there relatively comfortably. See, the Wasp believes 96% Somerset win, but of course it's not just about winning, it's about winning by the right amount. They should be getting underway up at Chesterley Street again relatively shortly. Surrey ending up on 290 for 7 from 48 overs. It looks as though there's not going to be, at least according to that scorecard. Oh no, there is. Here we go. There is an adjustment. So there we go. Got 2 different targets. That's annoying. This one says 303 required for Durham to win, so they've added 13 on to Surrey's total.
It's a big chase.
303 from 48, but then of course they'll need to win it. Oh gosh, they need to win it within what, 41 or so. No, what am I talking about? The other way, 39 or so.
Yeah. Phoebe Brett to continue. Left arm around. Oh, past the bat. Yes, and it's out. Caught behind. And Bex Odgers is caught behind there. It was a big appeal from Warwickshire. And the batter has her back to us, so we didn't get much of a view. It's a very quiet wicket, but Phoebe Brett picks up the wicket of Bex Odgers. We're going to see the replay. Left arm around. Past the bat. Nat Wraith says, I've got that, and the umpire agrees. So that's the... So it'll be the 4th wicket, 3rd wicket? 3rd wicket. That was some sort of gesture. 3rd wicket down. Warwickshire get, so Somerset are 78 for 3. Gibson to the crease to bat with Wilson. So it was a very quiet wicket, and some surprise from Bex Odgers as she trudges off.
There was no appeal from the bowler, really, until
Nat Wraith started.
Finger went up.
Excited, yeah.
I think Phoebe Brett sort of put her arm up, but only really
in response to the
once
shout.
she'd seen that the finger had gone up. So 3 quick wickets.
3 quick wickets. DLS is leaping a little closer to Somerset's total. Somerset are 78 for 3. DLS is 62. Brett comes in again. Danny Gibson just respectfully dobs that down, and there is no run. Oh, that sort of came out of nowhere at us. Brett, lovely skippy run up. Again, Danny Gibson just defends that down, getting her eye on the ball. Looking round at the Cooper Associates county ground. The gaps, no doubt. Brett dancing in from the lough end. Big swipe through the covers. Izzy Wong has to readjust herself. She was running the wrong way there. Manages to cut that off 20 yards or so in from the boundary. Just the single, rotating the strike there. Getting off the mark for Danny Gibson. Somerset 79 for 3. Wilson on 4. I suspect this is the first ball she's going to face from Phoebe Brett, is it not? Wilson twiddling a bat. Warwickshire waiting. Wilson rocks back, plays that through the point region. Izzy Wong comes off the boundary. They just get the single. And you feel like Somerset needs to have a bit of moment of calm here. But Danny Gibson will face Phoebe Brett. Sweeps that, but there is a fielder there at the short 45, which will please Mr. Trigo.
Well, I was almost surprised to see it because it was the fielder was obscured by the window joint to our left. And I thought, there's not going to be anybody there at all. It's 4. What are they doing putting somebody there?
Just the single end. So that's 14 overs gone. Somerset are 80 for 3. Gibson on 1, Wilson on 5, and the DLS is at 63. So it's jumping. It's getting closer, but like you say, we almost need another sheet for. And bonus point DLS would be. But as you also rightly pointed out, they're below 100 in terms of to win. So the 96 to win this game are Somerset.
Pressure will be kept up with Baker. Only 2 overs in. 2 wickets already. It's rare that Fran Wilson misses out on a chance to cut for some runs. They need the kind of innings that Danny Gibson played in the win up at Old Trafford, where she finished 44 not out, batted actually really positively, but didn't take undue risks.
Yep.
And saw Somerset up to the bonus point. There was a huge mix-up here, and there is no run out. Fran Wilson gets back. Scared myself. Disaster written all over it. There's never a single there.
Well, they're both out of their ground. That's not a good sign, is it?
Bit of a conversation in the middle of the pitch across her stumps and straight into the ground. And it's amazing how quickly a game can go from looking completely one way,
wobbling the Somerset ship here, well and truly.
Because you get in that position where you think, well, we've got to win from here, and then all of a sudden a few wickets and things change. There's plenty of space on that leg side. Admittedly, it's against the spin for singles, or this occasion back for 2, and that turns out to be good running. It's a huge boundary out there, and mid-wicket and backward square, the 2 fielders patrolling it. So you would think there'd be opportunities for quick seconds. Driven in the air, timed well enough, and that will make its way over towards the scoreboard. Boundary. Just settle a few nerves potentially. Not sure she was quite to that one, Wilson, but off the middle of the bat enough. If they had that fielder that Somerset had, that short straight extra cover, and you could say then maybe she doesn't play the shot, but that's, I guess, why they had that fielder.
Prevent that.
So another good over from Baker despite the boundary. And it's 86 for 3.
I'm going to leave it. And the next voice you'll hear is Peter Trigo, Somerset legend. I'll leave you in the safe hands of Ed Seaborn. This has been Claire Jenkins, former Somerset player.
Thank you. Well, I think actually, you know, as we look out, those pictures maybe make the clouds look a little bit worse than they are, but also that's already missed us, what we can see there. But the shower clouds are just building up a bit. Full toss and hammered for 6. Danny Gibson is not going to hold back if she sees the opportunity to target the boundary. And I guess there's 2 ways to go from here, really. You could think consolidation, or you could think, well, another quick 20 or 30, and that really does kill it. Where would you be thinking, Trees?
Yeah, I think Danny Gibson, when she's just clear-minded, she's a striker at the end of the day. Real natural timer of the cricket ball, and I think things go astray when she doesn't play in that mould. You know, she's a really super aggressive batter, and I love it when she goes out and just plays her shots and plays naturally. She started her innings really brightly. Brilliant stuff. Fran Wilson as well, always very busy at the crease. So a really good pair in this situation. You know, one thing that I think makes these small totals challenging is if you chase it as if it's a small total. When you're positive, you put the opposition under pressure. Yeah, it's really important that you just keep the scoreboard ticking, and the quicker you can do that, you just make the life for the lower middle order a lot easier later on. Yeah, great stuff from this pair. Not an ideal scenario to have 2 batters in on pretty much naught, which happened. Unfortunately, a few wickets went down, but again, these 2 have started brightly.
And even just a little flurry like that. Just look up at the board, and Somerset well over halfway there, even in just a matter of a few deliveries. Well watched on the bounce there.
Any sort of double figure overs are a pretty sizable dent in this total of 175 Somerset are chasing as well. I'm sure, to add a bit of context onto the way I think they're going to play, and I'm sure they will, is that bonus point. They've probably got an amount of overs where they need to knock this off, and that's probably the sub target in their minds. And no better player than Danny Gibson to get Somerset as close to that winning line as possible. As we spoke about earlier, when you said about the difference between a sub 200 score and the challenge here for Somerset in terms of winning the game outright is just not being bowled out. But Somerset need more.
They do. And just to try and confirm, and it's still not there. I was going to try and confirm exactly what it was that Durham needed in that game up at Chesterley Street, but there are still 2 different targets that appear to be floating around.
Yeah, it looks like Surrey have put quite a total on the board, which could scupper all plans. Is it completely a lost cause if Surrey win the game?
I'm afraid so, yeah, it is. I'll sprint through this time for the single to backward point. Yeah, unfortunately, from the position that it started, 3 points, the difference that Surrey were ahead of Somerset. And again, you sort of think Surrey had that game rained off against Essex the other day. They probably would have got the bonus point themselves. But Somerset also had a game against Essex at Chelmsford, which they were only able to get 2 from, despite having put a big score on the board. God, for a moment I thought I saw some bails flying there, but it's just a bit of an illusion as that wraith sprung out from behind the stumps. I've already seen one batter bowled round their legs today. But yeah, the easiest almost equation was for Surrey to win, and then everything is, sadly for Somerset, straightforward.
Yeah, I suppose you've got to keep your own sort of game in the forefront of your mind. Somerset just need to do the job here and do it as professionally as possible. It's been a good start. Really impressed with Neve Holland's start as well. Really, it was a nice little partnership there with Holland and Odgers. Getting off to a bit of a flyer. The last thing you want is a stalling power play. Certainly not the way it panned out. So good stuff from Somerset so far. They'll be a bit disappointed with losing that little cluster of wickets, but Wasp is certainly thinking good things, up at 96% at the moment.
Oh, turn there. And also, really, the first 2 wickets, I think, as much as anything, sometimes you're just up against a bowler in Hannah Baker, who is a really exciting and already high-quality leg spinner, and both the wickets. Okay, you might say one thing here or there, but it wasn't as though they were terrible shots. It's just, as much as anything, a couple of good pieces of bowling. And speak about Holland, I mean, from a Somerset point of view, looking ahead to next year, starting to get a volume of runs out of the likes of Holland and Odgers, and starting to see that future in terms of Somerset batting come through. Is I'm not going to describe that shot, you could see it. Gets away with it.
The cover drive through the leg side's always one just to get down the other end, take the one, and be happy. But I think the Neve Holland case, just moving on from the conversation I had earlier with Emma Corney, who was in a very positive mind. Misfield there at backward point. It's going to cost Warwickshire 4 runs straight through the legs of point. Danny Gibson won't mind that as the rain does start coming down a little bit of a wink and a nudge, and the umpires are looking up to the sky. Yes, I can confirm that is where the rain comes from. They might have a conversation if this persists. It is quite heavy at the moment. But
just get the covers on,
I
to be honest.
The Neve Holland situation, again, speaking to Corns, who was in a really positive frame of mind about, yes, setback, deal with that, but in that process, make yourself the best athlete, work on a batting game, the lower level sort of movement stuff that you can do when you're rehabbing. Lovely shot there from Danny Gibson, clearing that front leg and bolting that back over the bowler's head. I think Neve's probably seen the fruits of a similar situation with herself. Lower back stress fracture, couldn't bowl, knuckled down, focused on the batting, and I think that's been a real positive step forward. In the adversity of an injury. And now all of a sudden she's batted a number of times at the top of the order. It's been super impressive. I think that was the one thing I think Somerset were lacking, was an opening partnership that was positive and put the opposition under pressure. And Odgers and Neve have got Somerset off to a number of really, really positive starts, and she's passed 50 a couple of times, which will give her confidence. So again, she's found the positives in a bad situation, so all credit to her for that.
Yeah, I'm totally with you on that opening partnership, and I know, from what we saw from Emma Corney at the start of the season as well, she's taken another step forward in terms of starting off those innings in more belligerent fashion, and when in Storm guys you had Corney and Smale up top, as you said, you just felt as though Luff and Wilson needed not just the platform in terms of runs, but sometimes in terms of run rate a little bit better.
Yeah, I think you get, this isn't anything like specific to the individual player and their playing styles, but sometimes you get partnerships that don't really work. For whatever, it's really hard. It's not a technical thing. It's hard to pinpoint. It's not personal. It's not anything to do with that. It just doesn't seem to yield what you need as a team. Lovely shot there from Fran Wilson.
Oh, coming for 2.
As she always does, uses the depth of the crease, swats that over mid-wicket. You get sort of partnerships that work, that don't work. And I think as from my eye, what Somerset need is to find combinations throughout the order, and I just think that with the Neve injury and her coming in, they've just stumbled across a partnership that works. And looking forward, into next season, you've always got to have an eye as a club, as a coach of, right, we've got something here. We're getting off to those starts, because if I look at like skill attribute wise, Corns is a great 3. She's very technical, can get on with it, but maybe isn't like the most destructive from ball one. Absolute gold dust to have an opening partnership that can put the opposition under pressure, and then a quality technician at 3. Often, you scan around the country. Often the key players are batting 3 and 4. So all of a sudden, with Neve doing all that work on her batting, has opened up a real opportunity, I think, in the near future for Somerset to really get a well-balanced order together, and we'll keep an eye out on that.
Use of the feet again, and straight back over the bowler's head. Danny Gibson can be so powerful, square of the wicket, also showing that she's got the ability to use her feet and target straight.
Yeah, it's the one thing you notice with Danny Gibson when you watch her play or you practice and she's in the nets. It's audibly different when it comes off of the bat of Danny Gibson. It's a real thud, a thump. Yeah, she's a hell of a striker, and I just like it when she's in this mode where it's very clear. If she sees the ball above the eye line, she's going to go after it, and very strong down the ground.
Creates room now.
Great shot. Beautiful cricket there from Danny Gibson. Bowlers reacted to being thumped back overhead by dragging it down, and Gibson has played an equally powerful shot off the back foot. Super batting.
She's taken that from, what, middle and leg? Middle, maybe? Footwork from the side. That's great work to open that sort of angle up from pretty much nowhere. So Gibson 29 already, and Somerset have already piled on the boundaries. It's 4 fours and a 6 from Gibson, 6 fours and a 6 from Odgers, 8 fours from Neve Holland. And Warwickshire, well, the most number of fours that any of their batters hit was Surin Kumar, who hit 4. You've really not only found those gaps, but seemingly had the timing on this surface.
Yeah, really impressive stuff, that previous couple of balls there. For any young cricketers listening, how I would describe that, the ball that goes above the eye line, ball number 5, Danny Gibson's like rocked forward, whacked it back over her head. And I think with her experience of playing at the top level, you can have a pretty good idea the next one's going to be a lot flatter. And she's predicted that to be the case. And as soon as the bowler reacts to being hit over the head, which most bowlers do, she's swatted that away. So real good cricket IQ there from Danny Gibson.
Change of ends and a return to the attack for Izzy Wong.
Yeah, this feels like a bit of a roll of the dice from Warwickshire, desperate for a wicket now. Izzy Wong back into the attack bowl with good pace earlier. The spin, you always think of Fran Wilson when you bat, a very good manipulator of spin. She's wasted no time getting herself to 19. Gibson was just destroying it, so the captain was forced into that change. Real healthy run rate from Somerset, over 6 runs and over.
It's another clean pickup, even if it's only for 1. She's 30 off 20, and I know she's gone over the top a couple of times, but you still don't feel as though there's anything that's out of control about Danny Gibson's innings. So I still feel she could score even quicker if she absolutely had to, but she doesn't. And that's sort of what I meant about that innings that she played up at Old Trafford as well, in that she scored it well over a run a ball there, but it wasn't slogging, and it was just controlled shots. Matching onto that pull shot. Again, just a single.
There were, again, thinking about combinations as well. You've got, the powerful Danny Gibson, anything full of a length, she's dangerous, and then you've got Fran, who's capable of hitting over the top, but her cut shot, pull shot, as we've seen a couple of times already. So you've always got to, that challenge to Izzy Wong at the moment is trying to find your length, and they're 2 quite different lengths to each bowler. Somerset are capitalising on that, as well as some top running between the wickets there from Gibson.
Yeah, they're consistently taking 2s to that longer side. I didn't think that Warwickshire ran badly between the wickets, but they seem to have had this chat that actually you can take a second almost when the ball is in the fielder's hands, and I guess that's another area that if you're Warwickshire, you miss Katie George because she is so quick.
Well, I think the positioning of the fielder out on the boundary is poor, to be honest. She really ought to be on that last wicket and really a good 10-15 yards closer than she is cutting off those twos. Also narrows the angle when it's either side of her, but yeah, I think with the boundary being so far down on the offside, and what a shot that is from Gibson. Slightly over pitched by Wong, and a beautiful flow of the bat there from Gibson. Textbook shot.
I wonder if it's almost, I mean, again, you know, she's got every shot. It's another strong strike, but there's nothing too risky about it. I mean, you'll have had times, I guess, in your career trees where you almost had to focus on one discipline rather than the other.
Unfortunately not, Ed.
No? Really? You never had any period where you couldn't bowl but you could bat?
One day cricket towards the back end of my career. I used to bat either open or three.
I just wonder, because in the situation that Danny's in at the moment, does that provide any sort of clarity? Or
well, again, this the same as Neve. You know, you take one skill out of it and you're able just to focus on one. It's a massive benefit. And like what I'm saying about, you know, Danny's game is, as I've seen it and see it, it's, you know, some batters. I think Fran's far more complex in the way that she thinks about the game. She moves laterally across the crease quite a lot. Pre-delivery, she's always trying to create angles, and she's got a very busy cricket brain, sweep shots and very different shots. Whereas Danny Gibson, and I mean this respectfully, some players just see ball, hit ball, and when she plays in that vein, that's when she's at her most dangerous. And in that sort of learning process, it's just working out what kind of player you are. And great example there of Fran using the angles of the ground, in and out the crease, running twos, excellent stuff. Yeah, so a great contrast of styles between these two, which is posing some headaches for Warwickshire. 132 now for 3 in rapid time.
Yeah, put on 54, these two already. It'll be 55 in 7 overs. Pretty good going.
Yeah, I have to say, there were probably some times where I'd like to have had the odd injury and only been able to field and bat. That would have been lovely, but not ever the case, unfortunately. No, it's good. It's good to see. There's always, and I think maybe that's a little bit of an insight into the strong culture here at Somerset, where instead of getting players that are injured to focus on the injury so much, they're always thinking to add to the game when they become fit again. And I think it's quite clear that Neve Holland and Danny have really gone down the batting rabbit hole, and the fruits of the labour out there, and we very much hope that's going to be the case for Corns.
Yeah, and again, it's what you want to see as a supporter, is that progression. And okay, it was a tough season for Somerset in the blast, but I think you have seen so many areas where this side has progressed since last year, with so many of the same elements. Of course, there are a couple of differences, but not a huge number of differences to what the Storm side was last year. And actually, arguably, even taking a couple of players out of that side, and here they are. Okay, it's an outside shot, but you've got to the final game of the season, and they're doing everything that they can in order to secure a semi-final spot.
Yeah, I mean, the 50 over form has been better. Like you say, the blast wasn't ideal, but even within that situation, you know, Somerset haven't, performance-wise, win-wise, had the season they would have hoped for, no doubt. But within there are, you know, great things that they've found out about younger players. I mean, not that these are the only two, but for me, young wicket batter Jess Hazel's come in, got a couple of 50s, so that will give her a great boost going into next year. I was really impressed with Erin Vukuzic when she came into the team, especially bowling what you'd say the real tough overs, you know, at the back end of T20 games. I thought she bowled some brilliant Yorker spells. And like I said, I mean, one thing you must do, even in a season where you haven't qualified in either competition, certainly looks like that might be the case, is you've got to use that as a building block to go into next season, and also give a really clear view of where each player has to improve throughout the winter. And I think Somerset have got a pretty good picture of where that's going to go. Obviously, the head coach moving on, and whoever else comes in.
Are you applied?
Well, there may be a conversation. I mean, I'm obviously very passionate about the club. I think the girls massively underperform for where they are. I mean, I sort of coined the phrase when we had our staff meetings. If we could get the women to play like they train, we'd win competitions. And there seems to be something that goes astray from the training ground, the quality, the talent to the performance, and that's where I have a level of interest. Certainly happy to have a conversation at some stage if I'm deemed worthy.
Oh gosh, that's got to be a wide and some overhead height.
Maybe you should almost get a dot ball for that, for getting up so high. It's a pretty good effort, that.
Well,
good bit of pace there from Wongy.
I was almost thinking exactly the same thing, that actually you should be almost rewarded for being able to bowl such a short delivery, because that's bounced a couple of feet in front of her.
Yeah, that's nearly hit her on the end of the toe. Yeah. So you probably have to
still got it through.
Sort the radar out. Another good bouncer, recalibrated. Very good bowling, that good aggressive bowling from Wong.
It's unusual actually to see Izzy Wong this expensive at the moment, because she really has found her way again after it was a really tough period for her when she just really seemed to lose her action and then confidence, but now racing in and back to bowling quickly. Oh my word, the field has gone completely the wrong way at deep extra cover. That was extraordinary. Just running off towards long off. It's 4 runs.
Not sure what's happened there. I mean, the only thing I will say is you've got a full Somerset stand of white seats, which is not ideal when a white ball's coming at you. So, it can be difficult when you have that situation. There was a ground, what was it? Northampton, because back in the day they were sponsored by Dr. Martens, and you have yellow and maroon chairs that kind of alternate. And seeing a red ball out of there if it was an empty stand was always a bit sketchy.
I can imagine the Gabba's probably similar to that, because you've got those different coloured seats there as well. Down the pitch, top edge, and it'll be safe. Just the one. I thought that might be one of those that just flew straight over the keeper's head for a moment.
Good aggressive bowling from Wong.
Somerset just want this done now, really. 35 more runs, and they can at least, I don't know, in this situation you probably don't watch what's going on up at Chesterley Street because it's raining, so there's not really a great deal to watch, but just be a matter of, I suppose some people might watch, but others I think will probably just head off and check the score later on.
Short to Danny Gibson could be risky. Oh, and she has dragged into length. Gibson was waiting for it, and she swatted that into the Somerset stand. Great shot from Danny Gibson, camped on that back leg. Wong, even though it wasn't bouncer length, it was fractionally short, and Gibson was there waiting. Highly respect the hack to the leg side, Ed. It's one of my favourites.
I think I would go with pickup. But yeah,
very eloquent of you.
Exactly. I mean, it's butchery, isn't it? But doesn't mean it isn't fun to watch. Got that short boundary going to target it. Yeah,
but just building on for our previous conversation, I think Somerset, the team, the squad. I think there's a lot of positives, a lot of accidental finds or forced changes that have given opportunities to players that have stood up. But like I said, I think year one under the Somerset umbrella, I think it's quite a clear picture of player on player. Yeah, there are 3 facets to 4 facets, I suppose, in this day and age to your game. Your sort of mental performance strength, your technical ability with bat, ball, field. So 4 elements, and there's no doubt that there are players that need to work on 1, maybe 2 of those. But I think from what I know of this environment, there won't be a stone unturned in the winter, and honest conversations, honest reflections. What do you need to improve on? Let's go to work. And I think the earlier the next coach can get that in place, I think the better Somerset will be in a position to perform and get to those qualification stages in 2026.
Georgia Davis has brought herself back on, and that may be 4 more. Not quite got enough pace on it, but probably 3, as again they've run so well, these two, and I guess even from that point of view, thinking about Danny Gibson's injury recovery, it's great to see her being able to just sprint these extra 1s and 2s, and the 150 comes up for
Danny Gibson, one of those players that really works on a fitness, does a lot of running and training, and Fran, the senior player, sucking the leaves off the trees at the moment. Running a number of 2s and 3s.
Short of mid-wicket and wide. Be persuaded back for a second run again. Will Fran Wilson there. It's chipped up into the gap, but Danny Gibson closing in on a half-century.
Yeah, Danny Gibson's very much taking charge of the calling out there. Making sure Fran's up and about. Oh, great shot from Danny Gibson, not a great delivery, and that brings up a 50 in rapid time. Danny Gibson playing a key part in this run chase. Excellent stuff as she raises her bat.
29 balls, 6 4s, 2 6s, there you go. Strike rate over 170. And it was, well, slightly precarious when she came to the crease as well. Used to put on 78.
Oh,
well, that might be where it ends, though. It will be. So Georgia Davis gets Danny Gibson just with 20 needed to win. Would have been great for her to have been there right at the end, but she has certainly done, by the looks of things, the job for her side, and a delivery that she would actually have expected to put away.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed with that, just past 50. And, short, down the leg side. Normally, Danny Gibson would dispatch that to the boundary with ease, but almost looked like it came off the back of the bat. Wellington coming in at number 6. She's on numerous occasions put in really good performances down the back end of the innings, often coming in occasionally too late. But again, combinations, number of games, Wellington and Griff seem to have that bond together and just works out in the middle. The amount of times they come together towards the back end of a one-day game, and all of a sudden there's a massive spike in the run rate. They're both not out, and you think, oh, if only they came in 5 overs earlier. It's so complicated. But I think looking at how the team of progression, I think one of the real positives is I think very clear that there are some good sort of ham and egging throughout the innings, to coin a golf phrase.
I don't think I know that.
Dovetailing.
Okay.
Ham and egging, things that go well together.
Right. Okay. I think I'd prefer something else with my eggs, actually, rather than that.
I've just noticed that is that your vegan something or other?
Oh, I did go for that today,
but not because you're
no,
vegan?
I'm not. No. That was just a choice.
I was going to say, I don't know, what would it be? Your hummus and flatbread. Let's go with hummus and flatbread for today.
That is a very millennially type type thing. Avocado and toast, I suppose, is about the only thing that could be more millennially than hummus.
Egg and bacon. Anyway, there's some really good sort of combinations, I think, throughout the team. Brilliant, Robbo seemed to be out in the wilderness for a while, and she's come in and taken wickets up top and bowled nicely. I think that's a really important factor as well, to have opening bowlers that set the tone for each other. We always used to talk about the last 2 balls of your over. The person up the other end, they need to take on that momentum, so you build that bowl in partnership and, keeping the pressure on from both ends. It's so important in terms of pressurising the opposition, taking wickets.
I think we might have a last stint from Claire, so I'll nip off.
Excellent. I've made you hungry, haven't I?
I do have a few snacks left over from the little food vouchers, so I might go and enjoy those.
Baker to Wellington. I think we spoke about this earlier on in the game. Wicket keepers getting out and stumping wicket keepers. Now we've got leggy to leggy.
Head to head.
What will Wellington look to do? Take her down, or?
I hear your point about that's always felt like watching it, that often Wellows, I feel like I can call her Wello, I've never actually met her, that she's come in too late and then ended up trying to save it, and often she has felt too late.
Yeah, it's one of the toughest things, I think, when you're setting up a team is that position, because Wellow's obviously a very competent player that you kind of think when you see her play, she should be a regular 50 runs scorer in 50 over cricket. And she's come in so many times, 30 not out of 15 balls or whatever it may be. And you kind of think, oh, opportunity missed, but she's missed the ball there, out LBW. Baker strikes. I mean, myself and Wello did have we had a conversation about it, and I'm always one to throw out the odd challenge from time to time. I should bat higher. Yeah, but when you do, you haven't made the most of the opportunity, and that's really the key. Is you start in a position like in my career. My first time I played for Somerset, I was batting number 10, ended up at 5, 6, or 7, and then at 3. You got to earn that right by scoring runs and being not out as many times as you can. And it did create a headache looking at the team, because she's so effective at the back end. Let's just say 20-20 cricket. You'd ideally want her to bat for a minimum of 8 to 10 overs. But if you lost, the 4th wicket, she goes in 6, and you lose her in the 12th over, who replaces what she can do at the end? So it is a bit of a headache. And what you've got to do in that situation as a player is, when you do go in the 10th, you bat with some cricket smarts and make sure you're still there at the end more often than not. And that seemed to be the missing link over the last couple of seasons.
It was from a distance. As a fan, I'm trying to balance whether that she's been told to do that, or whether she's kind of gone, look, let the local, because she strikes me as that kind of generous player. Look, let the locals play, and I'll come in when you need me. But not privy to those coaching conversations. So.
Yeah, I think there would be soft conversations, but ultimately, I think it's you set up a team with the captain in terms of like skill attributes, and I think again, season 1 with new players, some young players under a new umbrella. I think this has been a season for finding out a lot of things, and hopefully those lessons can be learnt.
Somerset with the benefit of knowing that having had Amanda Jade Wellington over here during the Western Storm era, so it wasn't a complete surprise to her, and she's the only overseas who's lasted the entire season. Everyone else has either played Vitality Blast or 50 over, or only part of one or t'other. So
it amazes me she wasn't in the 100.
Yeah, madness, isn't it? 1 or 2. I was expecting Ellie Anderson to get picked up. Actually,
yeah, I think did she go for the last couple as a replacement?
She was over Invincibles for a bit.
Sorry, Wello.
London Spirit and Oval Invincibles.
Wello was with the Oval Invincibles, wasn't she?
Yeah, but I was thinking about Ellie Anderson.
Yeah.
I'm surprised she wasn't picked up. They got a single there. One more to the total.
Yeah, I think that it's less impactful in the women's game because the sort of the fixtures sort of shut down, whereas in the men's game, obviously you end up playing games of cricket in the Blast with half, the Metro Bank with half your team, and it always looks a little bit disjointed. But yeah, I suppose the point is, for Somerset fans, and I'm sure we all are, it's just about kicking on from this season. There's been some good stuff. I think the 50 over cricket hasn't been that disappointing. The T20 Plus, I think, caught us all by a bit of shock, wasn't it, with the lack of wins?
I mean, I was saying that earlier, that when you look at the teams that Somerset have beaten in the 50 over, these are no, they are some pretty big teams there. In terms of Surrey, Essex, Durham, Warwickshire, Lancashire, 50 over. So, and that's, a couple of times where games are abandoned, and, it might have been another victory there. So done well in the 50, but not so well in the 20.
And a good side here that Somerset look to be making very short work of at the moment. 14 runs to win at the moment.
Yeah. Phoebe Brett to continue. Left arm around. Oh, it was a big appeal. Umpire thinks about it. Thinks better of it.
Yeah, just sliding down towards leg stump, that one, I think.
Somerset 162 for 5. 14 to win. Brett in. That's defended down straight to the fielder. Short cover. There is no run. That's the end of the over. So 25 overs gone. The halfway stage, but not feeling like it's going to need many overs more. And maybe, let's think, we're setting our heart on that bonus point. It looks like well within grasp. 14 to win. Sunshine here at Cooper Associates County Ground.
We're looking up the road. Have they got back on at Chesterley Street? It's always a bit gloomy up there.
Well, it's not always gloomy up there. Sometimes it's hot.
It's freezing up there.
I've been up there when it's been really hot. So there's still rain delayed according to the BBC Sport website, and they also shortened to 48 overs. Durham have been told they've got to get 303 to win, so that looks unlikely even if they do.
Oh, great shot there from Fran. Poor delivery by Baker and put away by Fran Wilson. She's batted excellently from coming into the crease. Awesome partnership by Wilson and Danny Gibson that's just ended, but it's certainly done enough to see Somerset home here. 10 to win now. Baker in. Nice cut shot by Wilson. Out to that cover point fielder, Izzy Wong.
Dribbling away here. 10 to win for Somerset.
What are the rules in regards to the bonus point? Is it an amount of overs inside of a certain amount?
Inside 40.1 deliveries. So it's
light work.
Yeah, easy day. Unless you have the Anya Shrubsole, one ball needs one wicket mentality, of course.
Yeah, well, I've seen the occasional extraordinary thing on a cricket field, but I think if Somerset don't get over the line inside of 40 overs, this would probably top off.
Yeah, that would be some sort of miracle.
Oh, lovely batting by Fran, using the angles of the game, going across to off stump slightly and finding that perfect gap, and so perfectly placed. It was through the gate and nicely fielded by the ground staff.
Yeah, there'll be a black Labrador after that.
Lovely bit of fielding there by the ground staff, who's just preparing the old John Deere tractor to come and do a bit of post-match
noise,
cleaning up and all that jazz. 4 runs to win. Well, this next over be the last one. Somerset have been magnificent today. The catalyst being those 2 3-wicket clusters. then wrapping up the innings almost immediately when I went off air. So I was obviously cursing the team for that short period. I don't think I got down a flight of stairs and Somerset had wrapped up those last three. Run out chance, and Wilson gets home.
Bit risky there, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, it's one of the the sort of the expected elements of Fran batting. There's always a number of either run-outs or potential run-outs, and unfortunately, I have to say there is a common denominator. Fran is often out in there in the middle.
Well, she likes to scamper as well, doesn't she? But then she's not always tuned into the person the other end in terms of.
Well, I think that was the Danny Gibson effect. I think Danny Gibson looked like she quite obviously took charge of the calling, and I think that's a good thing for Fran. Someone else telling her when to stop, go, and reverse. 3 to win.
Phoebe Brett to continue. A bit of a left arm spin around. Trapped in front of the stumps, but I suspect outside the line, even though we're not sat at a good line to judge that here. Dot ball nevertheless. Somerset 173 for 5. They need 3 more. That's played straight to the fielder at mid-off. Captain Georgia Davis, and there is no run. Wilson. Ooh, straight through. That was a chance or not.
Looked a sharp spinning delivery. Nearly,
It was.
Caught.
Bamboozled Fran Wilson.
Caught wicket-keeper Nat Wraith up on the shoulder.
Single, quick single. Anna Baker hoovers up. Another 1. 2 to win.
I'm not sure with 2 to win, you can't have a mid-wicket in place.
They need to be closer, don't they?
There we go.
Certainly. Oh, there we are.
They've moved that.
Psychic link to Georgia Davis is in place to bring in a short mid-wicket. Ooh, 2 to the wicket keeper. It's a catch, is it? It's caught. It's caught in the slips. So Griffiths goes.
Yeah, lazy shot there from Alex Griffiths.
Caught there in the slips off Phoebe Brett. So we talked about it. It had to be a miracle. It would have to be pretty miraculous now. Somerset still only need 2 to win, but have lost another wicket. So Somerset are 174 for 6.
Yeah, Griff just leaning back on that drive a little bit. Head should be much further over the ball. Smother the spin. Bit of a lazy end, easy to do when there's only a couple of runs to win. Just that little bit of concentration switching off as Skelton strides out there, looking to polish off this run chase, the run rate, an intimidating 0.09 runs and over.
Somerset 174 for 6, chasing the small total that Warwickshire put on the board of 175 all out, doing the cardinal sin of not batting all of their overs. As Wongi has a quick chat with Chloe Skelton. Not quite sure what that conversation will be. Yeah, whack it, says Eddie. Eddie from the back of the box. So yes, Skelton will face Phoebe Brett in Dancy run up. Ooh, through to the wicket keeper. It's going to keep the wicket keeper on the slips. Interested? That's the end of the over. 27 overs gone. Somerset 174 for 6. Skelton yet to score, and Wilson on 45. Need 2 to win and to secure that bonus point. However, I suspect that the weather gods are going to interfere up at Chesterley Street, and it seems unlikely that even if they get back on, that Durham will chase down a 303, I think, that DLS has changed their target to within 40 overs. talking of the opposite end of the scale from here.
Oh, I suppose if it does clear up that algorithm will be changed, the target will be changed, and they might have a sniff of changing it. Where are Durham in the league? Have they got a chance? How motivated are they to try and win a bonus point?
Well, because they want to get into the semi. So in the same way that ours is, if they win that game with a bonus point, well, if they win the game actually, but if they win the game with a bonus point, they're in the semis and we're not.
Oh, okay.
So it's kind of a bit more complicated, but that's the gesture.
So they need to win without one.
They need to win with. We need them to win without one.
Oh,
and we need to win with one.
That's not impossible. As Fran just tickles one round the corner. That's the winning moment here at Taunton. Somerset win by 4 wickets, chasing Warwickshire's 175 after 27.1 overs. A spectacular opening partnership and an even better 50 by Danny Gibson. That's been enough for Somerset to take the points, including that valuable bonus point. Come on, the weather gods, help us out up north.
Up at Chesley Street. So in terms of the bowling, Hannah Baker's the pick of the Warwickshire bowlers. She took 3 for 42. Phoebe Brett, pretty much early doors for her Warwickshire career, but she took 2 for 43 and been impressive with her Dancy run-up. Georgia Davis took 1 for 31. And in terms of the batting, as Peter's just mentioned, Danny Gibson's 50, Bex Hodges 35, Niamh Holland's 38, Fran Wilson's 47, and it was short work and a short afternoon, really, wasn't it, Peter?
Yeah, really good performance. I think there was probably the only moment where you could probably say Somerset weren't completely perfect today was the catching. There was a number of drop catches. I think they probably could have skittled Warwickshire for sort of 110, maybe even less than 100 at one stage. I think there was like 11 or 12 opportunities created, but Somerset have been 95% absolutely on top of the game, hence why they've won very comfortably as the players are wandering off celebrating. So Somerset will take the points. Thanks to all of our listeners for tuning in. Thanks to you, Claire, Ed Seaborn, for the commentary today. We hope you've enjoyed that. And our live stream will be back on Monday when Somerset are back in whites, trying to see if they can sneak up that championship table. It's been a wonderful afternoon. The rain and the weather's been pretty good to us, Claire, hasn't it?
Thank you, Peter, and thanks for everyone here for looking after us. A good afternoon's cricket, but short work for Somerset in the end.
Yeah, great stuff. We wish you well, and we look forward to you coming back and enjoying some more cricket here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.